Hello and welcome to Intellipaat. Jira is a piece of software for managing projects and keeping track of issues. Agile development teams frequently utilize the program, which was created by the Australian software company Atlassian to monitor bugs, stories, epics, and other activities. When it comes to the demand for proficient individuals working with Jira, it is never ending. Job roles such as Jira Administrator, Jira Developer are all high paying jobs. Other than these roles, most of the technical job roles require you to be efficient with Jira. Now let's take a look at the agenda. Firstly, we have managing projects, then Jira user types, the scope of responsibilities, your mission as an administrator, sample workflow design, then we have creating workflow in Jira, then we have Jira Software issue type hierarchy, business requirements, components creation, reporting, lists and assignments, labels and custom fields. Then we have issue type screen scheme, after which we will see configuring a field configuration scheme. And then we have permissions terminology, Jira permissions, roles and cases. And lastly, we have a complete hands-on. Now let's get started with the video.
So in this session, we're going to understand about Jira and how to use it. So Jira is a very popular planning, tracking and managing tool mainly used for software development projects.
Okay, so from today, what we are going to target project administrator. How these project administrators are working? All of the most of the project managers who need to focus on this course, because this course is totally by how project managers can manage their projects and how what are the changes they can expect on the Jira side, and what are the changes they can do, and what are the changes they need to ask to the Jira admins to perform for them. Okay, so but anyhow the project admins also can do the modifications, but these are like how we want to manage in the organization. Like project managers can manage their own project, or we want to manage with the Jira administrator tasks, but there are some system related things that only Jira admins can do. So project administrators are or a project lead are mostly the scrum master that who mostly work on this. Okay, so most of the like on the exercise, if we say, yesterday I said that there are some access, there are three types of access that I said that we have in a Jira. But yeah, in the cloud there is a site administrator who have a access for the groups and manage users and all, but this is just for the managing site users and groups, that's it. They cannot do much in the Jira application side, but these are the three main roles that we have. So team members are the persons that who are daily creating issues, solving issues, comment on the issue, edit issue. This is the only work that the team members are required to work on the Jira. Then there is a category project administrator. Project administrators are mostly like who are working in the organization as a scrum master, project leads, product owners. All are the persons that can act as a project administrator for that particular project. So they are the person who are responsible for maintaining the health and usability of this Jira project. So they need to be they are aware of any changes and what are the modifications they need to approve, that all the modifications who is that is going to work on the Jira. So the board designing, the board edit, and all these are will be the project administrators activity. So if project administrators are trained enough in a Jira, they can create their own filters and they can design their own boards, they can design their own dashboards. So for these all the small activities, they are not required to go to the Jira admins. They can do they on their own, because Jira admins are having a lot of work that need to be do in the application. That small tasks, creating filters, designing boards, dashboards, gadgets, workflow, like workflow add-ons anyway Jira admin will do, but what are the new fields that is required, what are the automations are required in that particular projects, these all should come from the project admin activities. Jira administrator are the persons that who aware of full application, like on the data center side, like backend is also there, but on the cloud, he is mostly focused on the application. There is a system tab that I have showed you yesterday. That tab is fully managed by Jira administrators. Project administrators cannot have access to that. If they have access also, they require a different knowledge to work on that. So that's the reason that we have a three categorize here in a Jira. So Jira administrator will import, do migration for the projects. They do they also design a one template. So we can also design a one template for the organization, so whenever that new Jira project is created, everyone can follow that. So because they know that the standardization of the application, they need to standardize the application, customization and everything, they need to standardize things in the organization. So whatever the changes are there, he should aware, Jira admin should aware what are the changes are going to perform in a organization, because he knows the retention policy, that how this is the working on the application side, what will be the best suitable changes for the application side, he will be the aware of everything. So these are the type of the three main roles that are going to be work on the Jira application. So now we are going to focus on the Jira project administrators, how project administrators are going to work in an organization. Okay, so okay, so you all are know your roles now onwards, that how you need to act in the organization. So these all things that always should be in your mind, that how this you are going to act in organization for this particular Jira access. If you have a full access also as a project administrator, but work as a project administrator changes only. Then the scope of the responsibilities that project administrators are having. So this is always depend on the team structure, that project admins typically involve some of the changes, like as I said, that the modifications, automations, that everything that should come from the project admin side, because project managers that they are directly working with the requirement, they know what their client needs and what are the changes the client is required, and what types of the report that at the end that he needs to be generate and share to the management, because he need to, at the end he is the accountable person for this particular project, so he knows everything for the project. So that's the reason the business requirement gathering, administrative implementation of project configuration, customization, everything, these all should come from the project admin side. He should gather all the information. Like not all the team members should come and ask to the Jira admins, okay, I want a new status in a workflow. No, only these should come from the project administrators. New members need to be added in a particular project. Project admin need to approve that. What all the new users need to be added at. Who will manage sprints? Who will create a sprint, who will start sprint, who can end sprint, who can check the backlogs, these all permissions need to be managed there. So project admins will ask Jira admins, okay, we require 5 members to be managed as a managing board, and that 2 members will start sprint and end sprint, or who will start a sprint, he will not going to end the sprint. So like these permissions that we need to manage there. So these all will come from the project admin side to the Jira admin, and Jira admin will help him to manage all these permissions there, creating reports, monitoring health of the Jira project. So monitoring the health of the Jira project means that we need to monitor everything, that what are the automations that we have given there, everyone is following that or not. Oh, sorry. Okay, so these are the monitoring health of the Jira projects, because lot of automations also that we can do it with the Jira. We can add a validators, we can add a conditions, we can add a post functions also, we can add a different like tickets that need to be automatically assigned. So there are a lot of things that need to be managed there. So Scrum Master knows, like other project managers knows that this is the component and this guy will work on this, because always time project admin knows that if this type of request come, that to whom he is going to assign, or who is the responsible for this particular component in the organization, he knows that. So these are some of the small things that he will ask to Jira to automate these things, so that he will not come up every time and ask to that guy, okay, I'm assigning this ticket to you, I'm assigning this ticket to you. So these is type of the small changes that he project manager expect that the Jira admin can do some automations for them. Okay, so this automation is only one time and the project will be ready. So only one time changes Jira admins help, but the later the things and all discussions and all the project, this all comes between the Jira admin and the project administrators. Not all the team members will come and give the ideas there, or Jira admin, this project admins will assign a backup, or the persons or the Scrum Master who are closely working with the projects, and they can start a discussion and they can exploring the projects. Okay, so Jira admin act as a 50% of project admin act as a 50% of Jira admin works. So if project admins knows everything, then he reduces 50% work of the Jira admin. That's the reason we want all the project admins to understand this application. Then project admins, they need to make a project easy to use, because uh, you should not like Jira. These team members are updating daily 10 tickets, and because that will take some time. So they need to set up, project admins need to set up some of the rules there, some of the automations there. The changing status is also we can do. We can skip some status if that is not required for the development team or not required for the testers. So like this, we can skip some of the things. So this project admins need to decide that what will the easiest way that my team can work on the Jira issues. So the best way I can suggest to all the members to work with the Jira, update your tickets 15 minutes in the morning and 15 minutes in the evening. Okay, morning you just go through what all the data that you are going to work on, that what the tickets you are going to resolve this morning, and by before going to like by just uh, logging out from the office, just update your all the tickets with the comments there, that what you did today. Because if you update comments on the daily basis, project admins no need to come to everyone's desk and send an email what is the update for the tickets, what is the update for that particular task. So that he will just go to the ticket and read the comment, what the comment you have updated, so he get the update. So no need to be the ping pong between the people. So everything will be trackable there. So that's how that he need to help with the team members to complete their work. Okay, so project admins are the major roles to automate things and ease to work as ease to the all the team members. Okay, and they also help to the Jira administrators, because at the end that if no they knows most of the things for the implementation side, that will be the easiest for the Jira admins. Okay, so that's the reason I want all of you to make a one prototype that at the end you just present to your project managers and you can use as a daily project in your application. Okay, so make a perfect prototype at the end from this training. Next, the mostly that we need to work on the Jira side, issues and working with the issues in Jira, that's the workflow. Okay, so the workflow anyway that you have seen yesterday, one simple workflow that I have just mentioned here, that is just design some minimal customization. We can just from open to start in progress and in progress to open. We can just stop this progress and go back to open if that progress is not happening, and then from in progress to, and then from in progress to, you see that there is the option to go to resolve also, or he can decide from in progress to directly close this ticket. Okay, if from the progress he say that okay, no, not much work is required, you can just done, closed, or resolve. So why resolve and close? Because both sounds like a same thing. Resolve means completed work, close means completed work, but resolve means you have completed your work. Closed always goes to project manager or who is raising a bug in the organization, because they knows the requirement. Who are giving you the requirement? Project managers, they are dealing with the customers and the requirements on the daily basis in the organization, right? And they know whatever that issues that whatever the issue descriptions are there, they know that what is the acceptance for that solutions. So you will close the resolve the request, project manager will go your resolve request and see your comments, whatever that work that you did that is acceptable based on the requirement. If that is acceptable, project manager will close the request. So here that we do some automation, only project managers can close this request. So that's how that mostly we design workflows. So this type of the automation, small things that we need to decide as a project admins or a Jira admins in the organization, that how we can make as a acceptance at the end. Like now see, from the resolve to close, project manager has accepted. That means as a person that who is working on this ticket, he gets the acceptance from the project manager. Okay, this ticket is done, that is accepted by the customers. So he should not think like okay, later on if someone is coming like okay, where is this tickets work and all that, what you have completed or not, then you will start checking the emails, that what all the email communication you had with the project managers. So if you are updating everything on the ticket in the comment, you just go through the ticket and see the check the comment and see the acceptance, that okay sir, you have already accepted my solution. Okay, like this. So then there is a one waterfall model that I have designed, that is some of the organization uses. Okay, so this is the some complex workflow that I have designed here. So like this, you guys, as I said that today we are going to build a 5 5 team members as a team, and from there that I will give some different topics, and from that topic that you need to come up with the workflows and the design of the your project at the end, and you need to present. So this is like a one workflow that I have designed. So same from this you can just take it as a you need to design a one more workflow to give some of the status is there. It should not like a open to do open or in progress resolve and close. It should not that simple. You need to give us some of the points here. So here, like how these organizations are working, you all working in the organization, you are working on the projects, you know that as soon as you get the tickets in open state and you need to start a to do. Now as soon as this is an open state, then it's assigned to you, then it's a to do. Okay, then you will start analyzing this ticket. That means your project manager knows that you are analyzing this ticket. Okay, so open is a blue color, and in between whatever that yellow green that I have given, that called as in progress, that I have just given some color, but now this is a blue color in progress in a cloud. I think before it was a yellow, now they have changed. So these all the in progress statuses. So project manager once to do is crossed, project manager knows that you are working on this ticket, or a scrum master in a scrum meetings. He will just open the board and he see that what are the tickets you are working and what is the status for that. Analysis, once you are done with the analysis, just change the status, analysis done. That means your scrum master knows that analysis of this ticket is done. Once analysis is done, scrum master will approve your analysis on that particular work. And once analysis is done and you get the approval for the development, then you need to start for the development. Okay, so everyone knows that development of this ticket has started. So once the development of this ticket has started, you have completed development, just change the status to development done. Okay, you have seen that I have not given any option to go back from this, because I have already you have already get the approval from here. Your analysis is already accepted. Now you not the implementation side. From here, if it's not done, then you need to go back, but you cannot go back to analysis, because once you are in a development state, you cannot say that analysis is not good, or you need to analyze one more time. You cannot say that you are spending 1 hour for analyzing this ticket, because you already get a time to analyze this ticket. When you are estimating your request, cover your analysis timing, cover your development timing, cover your build integration, acceptance system done, system testing, what are the time that is required. You need to cover everything in the your tracking timing only. So yeah, then development done. Once development is completed, you will go to the build. If build is having issue, you will go to the back to development. Then from back to development, you go to the development. So from here you can go one way back, but direct jump I have not given here. Okay, then integration testing, user acceptance and system testing done, and integration from integration to integration is done. Then system test done, then user acceptance done, and then finally for the deploy, you will deploy on the UAT environment, and then you will close this request. Rejected, I have not connected, because if I connect this also, then this will should just show like a zigzag. So rejected will be with everyone, everything from analysis. If analysis is rejected, this ticket will be in a rejected state. Okay, so rejected should be come with the all the statuses wherever you reject this, but it should reject in only in the analysis state. Once analysis is done, that means the implementation part is started. So that's how we need to think about the workflow, and we need to design a workflow for the organization. Okay, then let's go back to Jira. And you all knows now that how to create projects, right? Or anyone is having any doubt there? So
Yeah.
today we are going to create a first workflow in a Jira. Everyone, okay, I'm just thinking that everyone are aware that what is a project admins, what is a Jira admins, and what is a uh, team admin, team member access. And if anyone is having confusion, because there are a lot of things that you need to understand here, then only we can proceed next. Okay, whoever not asked any question, after that I will ask question. What are the differences between these three? Fine for everyone? Okay. Then now we all are working as a Jira admin on our site. Everyone has opened their site. So to create a workflow, we need to click on the settings. Okay. And then issues. Then we have a workflow section. Anyway, these are all things that I will explain. Don't get confused, because these all are one lecture. So the first thing that we need to design a workflow, and then only we can create a different fields there that I can show at the end. Okay, so click on the add workflow, mention name of the workflow name should be always will be the just mention with the project name only, so that at the end, if you want to see, because in the organization there are 400-500 workflows you will find. Okay, and at the end you will not get a confused with the name that which workflow that you have created. Anyway, there is an option to check that from the project setting side, but from here also that name should be match with the project name. Okay, and one line description if you guys want to add for the workflow, just to get some information that why you have created this. As soon as we create a new workflow, that goes to the inactive state. Okay, there are two states of the workflow. One is the inactive and one is the active. Difference between inactive and active is active workflows are used in the project, inactives which are not used in the project. Okay, schemes are nothing but it's just a bundle. So you see that everything is having a scheme: issue type, then issue type schemes, workflow, then workflow schemes, screen, and then schemes. Because we can create one project can have a multiple workflows, right? So all that workflow we cannot, if we just directly add all the workflows in a project, you will confused, right? Okay, so here you see export. We can also export as a XML and as a workflow if we want to later on import to other Jira application. Like in your organization, you have a two Jira. Okay, so if one workflow you have already designed in a eBay system and you want to move that to Vajanto system, then what you can do, you can just export as a XML or export as a workflow and go there. You will get an import option. So just import. I will show later that where the import option is there. Then there is a two options, diagram and text. Okay, whatever that we will design in diagram is automatically written in a text, but if we don't want to do the diagram option, we can also just mention the step name and which status that we need to link, and just we can mention and then click on the transition. We can add transition. I will show that how this is going to be updated automatically in diagram side. But the better always just to follow diagram, because diagram you will give you the clear picture. Text you will confused somehow. This is the pinpoint to start for any Jira issues or any tasks or any epic. Okay, this particular line is called as a transition, and this open is called as a status. Okay, so this is the first head that issue has created, and this is the first status open. If you don't want open, you want a to do, just go here, add status, search for to do. See what option that I am getting. I am getting to create a new status. If I already have a status, I will use that, or I will create a new status. So in while working in the organization, you will see there are multiple to do. Someone has given the small o, someone has given this the small d, small t to do. Okay, so always try to be reuse statuses that you have. If I click on the allow this all statuses transition, you see that this gives the all option. So category, there is a category for to do. I am just adding to the to do to. I said that in Jira there is a three category: to do, in progress, done. To do means to do and open both come in the same category. That means that we are going to start our work. In progress, in between that analysis, this working on the ticket, in progress, whatever the status that will come in between, that is come as a in progress. Done, done, closed, resolved, all are comes as a same category as a done. There is a three different colors are defined here. Okay, then there is the option all, and there is a direct transition. All means you can, from any status you can come to this status. Okay, if I using all, from any status I can ping to this particular status. So let's not use all, because all I will show just a one status. but let's build a one particular workflow. Delete transition. Whenever you are editing workflow, don't ever edit the active one workflow. Always take a copy of that workflow. That copy will create as an inactive workflow. Do the modifications in that workflow and then assign that workflow to particular project, and the previous one delete it once that is working. Okay, active workflow, if you design and you do some mistakes there, and that will affect on the full Jira project. Okay, so to create transition, there is a two option. I can just click on this and click on the transition, click on this and add transition, or I can just drag and drop from here. This is just a drag and drop. Okay, I need to provide a name for that transition that I have created. So transition name only will show there, not the status name. So status name will be just to show the statuses. So what transition name and status name always give the same name so that you will not confuse with that. Then add. Okay, then to do, from to do to open. If I want to go back to open, I can just click on from here to here, and I can just give a name back to open so that I know that I'm just going back to open. Okay, if means the ticket you got and you are okay now. Okay, one thing, you want to change the head. You don't want a first status as a open state. What you need to do, just drag and drop this head here and click on the save. Yeah, okay, so I have just changed the head, and now I want to do as a first status and open as a second status. Okay, like this is just a normal workflow design, like you can design in a Word and all. This is very easy, no need of any programming language or anything that you need to mention at the end. Okay, so now whenever the ticket has created, it will be in a to-do state. Then from to-do to you will take it as a open state. If you think that okay, you are not going to work on this ticket, you will put back to to-do. Then this name needs to change to to-do. Like this, we can change the name to do. Okay, now everyone is creating this in their system. Okay, what transition, what status that we can create next? Now analysis is a category of in progress that gives a blue color. Older versions of Jira was giving this to yellow color. Yeah, it's just a naming difference. Everyone do the estimation only in the analysis, that what is the estimation of this ticket and what are the tasks that you need to complete in that. Some use that analyze. Okay, then we can go with the in progress new status. See, I am using the that I am already having. That's the first option. If I go with the new status, that will create the new status. So always try to reuse whatever the data you have. Try to reuse. Okay, from open to if we don't require analysis, I know that this is just a small task and which I just need to work on that and not require any larger estimation discussion, then you can directly go to from open to in progress. Okay, like this we need to design, and once analysis is done, you have moved sticker to in progress, and then you thought that okay, there is some blockers needed or some system settings needed that need to be done in that, then just move the ticket back to in open. Means that required some of the analysis or you are blocked with that ticket, just put a comment in that particular issues and then move back to open, so that your project manager know that with that comment that why you have put it back to open. Or we can introduce a on hold. Some companies what they do, they introduce on hold. Let's introduce on hold. So these all requirements come from the project administrators. So what is the outcome from this training? Project administrators should know that what they need from their particular project, and they decide their own workflow statuses. They decide that what are the changes they want. So from analysis, so if something is not working, just put on hold or from in progress. If you think that something is not working, put on hold. From hold, you cannot go back to open. Hold means this is something hold. From if hold is come from analysis, from analysis to you need to go back to analysis, back to analysis. Or you, if you think that the whatever that for some reason that you have put it on hold, that is resolved, then go back to in progress. Okay, any question till now? And if you see in the text side, it's automatically writing. See, from open we can go to do, analysis, in progress. These three states I can go to open. So if you do some of the modifications or you are doing on the development side on the Jira, you need a REST APIs to call. These are the IDs of the status. Okay, 11, analysis is having 31 ID, in progress is having 51 ID. These are called the IDs of statuses.
Let me know if you can see my screen.
Yeah, I can see your screen.
Okay, so here's it's to do. Now I'm trying to add a new status called open. So let me type open here. See, it's grayed out.
Open, you cannot create a new status. Okay, just search for open, normal search for open. You open will be available by default.
Okay,
Just type. It's not coming.
no.
It should come. Okay, you have renamed this to do to open, right? This status.
Yes, yes. This one.
That's the reason you did a rename, but system knows that this is open only.
Okay.
Don't ever rename the default statuses that we have.
Okay, so I have to rename it back to open, right?
Yeah, rename back to open.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides PG certification in business analysis and product management by ENICT Academy MNIT Jaipur. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Okay.
Open, because open is a default status. Open, close, and done and resolve. These are already created in progress. These are already created in a default Jira. So if you do the renaming of all these statuses, then you will face issues there.
Okay, so now I have to add to do, right?
Yes, now you can click on to do, click on the new status.
Okay.
Click on new status.
Yeah.
Now add is not coming.
Yeah, it is showing new status category to
Category
do.
to do. Click on create.
So I have to click allow because
if you click allow, that means you from all the transitions you can ping to do. Yeah, click on the create.
Okay.
See.
Okay.
Okay. There are 4 default statuses. Don't ever try to rename that statuses.
Okay. So how can I drag from here to it? Okay. This will come like this. All right. So just to open. Okay. The same name like open. All right.
This name should come as a to do, because from open you will see then open as a status. Transition name just put as a whatever the name is there for that particular status that you are pinging. Not the button, transition name. Click on the transition. Click on this, then edit. Yeah, like this you can edit.
So from open I am going to do. So
yeah, mention the name to do.
Okay.
Okay, that name is already there. The first transition is a to do. Okay. Can you cancel? Click on the first transition. Create. That's a create. Where is it to do?
Create.
You're saying to do. Okay, this all is a to do. This is a to do. Okay. So from here that I am just starting the progress and going to the in progress. So the transition, if transition name that we don't know, how we will check at the end what is the transition for this particular project. So if all the transition names are blank, then you will not be able to you will not decide that from open to where you are going, right? If like from open I can go to analysis also, I can go to in progress also. How you will differentiate here? With the name only you will differentiate. Okay. Yeah, these transitions are very important. You see, I think if you guys have noticed that every transitions are having properties, triggers, conditions, validators, and post functions that we will use later on. These help us to write a condition. Like if I want to go from to do to open, if I want to put in some condition, like if someone is doing some changes, then only he can change the transition from open to do to open. Otherwise he cannot do that. Like this, that I can provide some of the conditions, validators. While going from open to do or to do to open, this particular field is mandatory. If user has provided this field value, then only he can change the transition. Like this, I can put the validations. So this type of the automations that I can provide there. Okay, so let's resolve this. Once in progress is done, we are going to resolve. All has created, analysis on hold, in progress. Okay, so as resolved, I said that results come with the green color because this is the category of closed and done. I can here close, or I can say done, or I can say fix, all comes as a same work. So resolved and closed cannot be go back, because once ticket is resolved, that means you have completed. Or yeah, from resolved it can go to open if that is not accepted, if you have resolved already. Okay, here what happened in a Jira, while like once you are changing the transition from to do to open, in between if you required some information, okay, if person update this information, then he can change to open, or in between I can just give a comment screen. So here I can add a one workflow screen, so that screen is called as a workflow screen. Okay, that I will explain you when we will start the screen options. Or I can just go to from close to open, saying that reopen. So just think about the possibilities, and we can implement all the possibilities that will happen in the project. Yeah, so these IDs are very important. You can also use a name also, but name, you know that sometimes that we have some typing mistakes or any other that name, because open sometimes if you just read some name. So if you do the modifications with ID, that will perfectly, that Jira knows that this is going to map with this. If you want to add the direct transition, you can add it here. Delete, you can also do it here, or from the workflow design. These are the transitions. So if you see from here, it will be some confusion, like you want to see open is connected with how many, open is connected with the how many transitions. See here, you will see some of the confusion in open. If I click on the open, you see the highlighting, there are 4 transitions that are going from the open. And if you start counting from here, that will be sometimes it's a difficult 4. Okay, you can count, but if open is connected to almost all the statuses, then sometimes it's difficult. That's the reason that you can take a help of this text mode. From text mode, open is connected to, you see the information here, to do, analysis, in progress. And from, yeah, so from this is the from open to where you are going. From open to, you are going to only these transition. You are coming back to open, that is from the in progress. So that information you will get from the in progress. So like this information you get it from here. Whatever in between comes, that comes as a in progress. So this also that I want to see in your workflows, that you have mapped to the right category. Anyway, this is, so don't think that this is going to affect on any reporting. Categories are not going to affect on any reporting, but this is just for the understanding. These status are a in progress status. That means your work is in a in progress state. Okay, if you move to green color, your issue shows as a green color. Okay, so okay, now we have completed the workflow. Workflows just represent what is the state of my ticket. Okay, what is the status of my ticket, where, so like if I want to see that where my colleague or my teammates are working on which ticket and what is the status for that, I can just open that particular issue, and I can see there with the workflow status. Okay, he's just in a development state, and tester knows that this ticket is in development state, and he is the next person who is going to work on that ticket, so he can also start the analysis before that if he is having some time width. Okay, time bandwidth. Issue types represent our issues. Okay, so with the issue type, now how you will know that these issues which is in the development state, what type of issue is this? This is the some story that we are going to work on, that's a new feature, or it's a bug that came in some issues, or something that we have planned and this is the part of that plan, that's epic. Okay, so issue types are always a type of the ticket, but type that we have in our Then we have Jira issues. Okay, how we can manage and track work. Okay, issues are always represent our work. Okay, so whatever the things are there here, these are this screenshot is taken from the board. Okay, Kanban board. Now if you see on the board to do, and if you just see that issue C, issue B and issue G, you will not recognize that what is this issue. You will just say that this is some work that is going on. With the board you will not able to recognize, but with this icon is a story icon. This is a story icon. If with this icon you will recognize, okay, this is something that is related to the story. Okay, this is something that is related to the subtask, and the subtask always shows on the board with below the parent. Okay, this is the bug. So these are the icons that we have assigned to the issue types. So issue types are they represent our work, that what types of the work that we have. So if we need any information, that we will get from the issue type. Okay, these are all the default issue types that we have in the organization. So in the Jira. So default issue types gives the option epic, story, task, bugs, subtask, improvements, new feature. Okay, where that we can just use all these common the naming convention that we have, or we can create our new, that I will show that later on, that how we can create our new issue types. Okay, so default I think everyone is aware of. So now how these all are having a relation together. Okay, there is always in issue type there is always a parent and child hierarchy that everyone, I think you all guys knows, because you are working with the Jira, and you know this hierarchy that is made in the organization. So once you create a task, and under that you create a subtask. But the one point, why you create a subtask, and why you are creating, how you will select a story and the tasks. Okay, so this is all the decision that you should take to know. Subtask always, once you are working on the subtask and you have a once you are working on the task, then you have a subtask. Why you create subtask? See, you are working on the one development task. Okay, suppose you don't want to include testers in this workflow, task workflow. Okay, some workflows we are designing with the testers, some we don't want the testers to be part of the our task that we are working on. That once this developer is completed his work, okay, then he can create a one subtask and assign to the tester. Or while working in the development state, he can create a subtask under the hierarchy parent and subtask hierarchy assigned to the tester, and a tester knows that there is some parent, so that he gets the information from this parent, or the requirement, everything he can get it from here. Okay, and he can start analyzing that work, and he is having his different ticket. He will not depend on this ticket. So developer will not assign his ticket to testers, because if he assign his ticket to tester, then maybe at the end that story points that he need to deliver in that particular sprint, you will not get a count, because tester is going to close their ticket. Okay, and for that reason we have a different subtasks or different tickets we create for the testers, and assign that tickets to the testers, and testers can work on that. Or in the task, developer is working on the one task, but to developing that environment or developing that feature for that particular project, he is depend on the environment setup. Okay, he is not having the full environment setup ready for that. He can just create a subtask and assign to the team. Okay, for the development I am blocked because of you guys. So if once you close this subtask, then only I will just work on this ticket, and I will just this ticket we can put in the block state, and this ticket we can just ask them that once you close, then only we will start working on this. And once this is done, then this block, from block, this is will automatically move to in progress. So if we want to see this ticket, this is blocked. By blocked, do you have put in the comment because of so reason subtask is in a progress. We will just go to the subtask, and from the subtask we'll get the information for which team this is blocked. So like this subtask we need to use in the organization, just to get a help from the different person, not to assign your ticket to the different person. Because if all developers will start assigning their tickets to one tester, then tester will have a 50 tickets of 60 tickets in his bucket that he will not be able to manage. Okay, so don't ever like you, whenever you are working on a task, don't assign your tickets to a different person. Instead of, take a help and create a subtask. Epic, as I said, that epic is a bigger task. we need to break out to the story, task, bug task, or custom, anything that we will create. Okay. So here I am just showing the relationship, how these are the relationship together.
I know you put custom, but any examples on what you could create
Custom
as
anyway that we will create custom, like a feature request, defect. Some teams that they don't want a bug to called as a bug. Kanban mostly they called as a defect. You don't use a bug, create a defect as a different, or a customer defect. Some might be, I have some company and where that they just say that customer defect, if defects are coming from the customer, or a client defect, you can just elaborate that from where this bugs are coming in that particular ticket. So like this you can create a different one.
Okay, understood. Thanks.
Yeah.
Looks like Roger has a question too. Yeah, go ahead.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a question. Since you just mentioned, like, if the developer is having is working on X work, and he is creating the subtasks for another developer. So also you mentioned that the developer will create the tickets for the QA as the subtask. My question is, so the subtasks will for the QA subtasks will be under that task. Will it be looking
Yes.
fine?
Yeah, it will be under that task. It will be linked together.
Okay, so then suppose, can I just explain in such a way that suppose the developer who will be assigned to that task, he or she will be the team lead of that development team, and he or she will create the subtasks for his team. Also, he or she will create the subtasks for other QAs. So all the tickets will be under one dev task, right?
No, all the developers are having their different tasks. See, development is something everyone is working on the small part, right? They
Yeah.
will create their own subtask, not they will not ask team lead to create a subtask for all the development ticket, like, and they will just create a subtask and just put it in a testing team side. And for the testing team side, they can decide based on the priority. This is just for the tracking work. If you want to at the end just to see that how many for this particular development, okay, one task as a development where that he's like, you are just building a one custom field there. Okay, that's a one task. That custom field, new custom field, need to add it in the tool. But that particular custom field you have created, and then you will create a ticket for the QA. Please test this custom field which I have created there. Okay.
Okay, got it. But if the QA ticket is suppose failed, and then again the rework ticket will be generated, and I mean, what will be that cycle under that particular task?
QA will update in the QA, like they can update in a subtask. See, I am just giving this scenario. These all can be tracked under the same ticket also. Okay, so this is all just a scenario that how we can just work on that. This mostly subtasks are used that if we need help from the different person.
Got it.
Okay, whenever you require help from the different person, instead of just assigning your ticket to that person, ask him to help. Or you got a one ticket for creating a suppose custom field only for that particular tool. Okay, that custom field you need to create on the QA, you need to create on the development environment, and then you need to create on the production. Okay, instead of one ticket putting for all these three status, waiting for all these three statuses, just break out your task, put it a one ticket for the QA. Once QA is done, close that one subtask, so that we know that okay, you have already implemented the QA. Then put it a one ticket for the all the other developments, and then one for the production. So you once you all these three custom the subtasks are closed, then you can close the parent task. Okay, now we have an epic. Epic, like this typically represent only the large features. As I said that only the large features need to go over the epic. Okay, and epics are always defined by the project managers. Not all the team members come and create epics, because project managers knows that what is going to be delivered in a next quarter or a next month or within a month. What is going to be created or what is going to be complete. Okay, so epics are always linked with the stories. Under the epic, how many stories that you are going to complete, this is all always linked in the epic. So below the screenshot that I have taken, this is from the roadmap planning. Once you have created the epic, you need to define, like you have already estimated your quarter work. You have created a one epic for the database integration or for functional AI, whatever that you are going to be doing that quarter. Mostly the organization, these project managers, they just plan their work throughout the years. So instead of planning their work throughout the years in the Excel sheet and define what we are going to work on this year, instead of that they can create a multiple epics there. And because with the epics they know that okay, something that need to be completed, and all the stories need to be connected with the epic. Like the database integration epic one is created already. Under that there is a multiple tools may be required for the database integration, and multiple tickets are going to be created in that integration. So all in the all tickets that should be linked with the epic database integration. So that's how that we need to plan our work. Okay, you need to plan the roadmap for your organization. So this is something that project manager need to be take care for creating the epics. Epic is clear. Then we have a stories. Okay, stories is something we need to express our work, right? What typically that we are going to be work on that, or this is just a feature that we need to be mentioned there in the high level figure, in the just the understandable that English language, or just a, it's not should be the technical language. Okay, this is just for the business teams, because if business teams at the end they need to be just see that what are the things need to be completed, that's are the stories. And stories are the planned stories. Okay, that is not something coming in picture, that's are the tasks that you are working. Stories are assigned to the epics. Once epics are done, under that you need to assign your stories. Okay, what are the stories that need to be completed in that epic. So this is the something that piece of work that we need to deliver. Okay, so yeah, this is some example. Provide, please provide help for on the every screen, or display the content on both pilot and landscape view on the mobile user. So this is some the summaries that screenshots that I have taken for the examples. So this is always this understandable language. You cannot put some documentation attached there, and you will not put anything in the description and just put in the one line, okay, this needs to be implemented there. So no, you need to explain each and everything in the description for the stories. Then task. Okay, task is something that is come in a picture and we need to complete that. Like, because stories you have already planned, that maybe that stories take us some time, because some stories are required to be completed in 1 week because of the work that we have decided in the stories. But you cannot say that 1 week you are working on the one story. Instead of, break your story in the tasks. Okay, and link all the tasks to the stories. There you just mention what the piece of work that you need to be delivered in that story. And once you are just closing all these tasks, your project manager knows, okay, this is the one story that he has assigned to you, and you have estimated this for the 48 hours, and under that 48 hours we have a multiple tasks, and because of these all the tasks, this is taking as a 45 hours. That at the end that you just go and represent to the management or to the project manager why you have estimated as a 45 hours. Okay, you cannot say that you will just complete the story points are the 13 as a story points and is the 45 hours. Always, if you think that your task is a 10 hours, then break your task to the subtask. Okay, always break your work. Okay, then bug is something that is you have already delivered and come some issues, some application got crashed or something is not working in particular application which you have already delivered. This is something, the bugs that that needs to be taken care. So for the bugs you need to use as a bug as a issue type, and you need to define in the bug. Bugs are not connected with any story or a task. Bug is a different entity, but bugs can have a subtask. Okay, because maybe the app is crashed, that's a one bug, but this is crashed for so and so reasons. You need to elaborate, or you need to create a different tickets for the different teams. Maybe the database teams you need a help, maybe you need a help from the OS team. So these all things that you need a help, and you just create a subtask and assign to them that just help me just to resolve all these tickets. Okay, and once their work is done, they will just close that ticket. Then we have a last subtask. Okay, as I said, parent-child relation. That's a task and the subtask. Subtask that need to be just break your task in a small work. It should be it can be the login screen, just a login button, or it just create some button. It can be, but just need to be the break in the some simple tasks or simple small works items. Okay, so what is this requirement? Track feature request separate from the bug. We have a bug, but we want a feature request as a separate, not with the bug. So that means he is asking us to create a new feature request as a issue type. Okay, then track issue type should be engineering task. We don't have a engineering task issue type, right? And he want a track, we want a task as a engineering task. So if we are not using this task, we can remove from here, and this we can replace with the engineering task. Story he want as a default issue creation. Okay, so this also the option is there that where we can put it as a default story. So this is all that we will implement. Next slide, I have just put it as a solution for this. Okay, so like this, we need to create a feature request, we need to create an engineering task, and task we need to remove. A new feature request, which was here, which is not required, that we need to remove from here. Okay, like this, business requirements are there, which you guys need to be understand that what business needs. If you are not using task, or your task is meant by engineering task or a project task or anything, so just replace that name so that you will see that okay, this is the task in our organization. Okay, let's go to issue creation. Okay, creating issue types is also a part of the Jira admin task, not a project admin task. Project admin will give the business requirement to the Jira admin, and Jira admin will implement that business requirement. Okay, so to create issue types, we need to click on the settings and then where issues. We already have a standards, bug, epic, story, tasks, and subtasks. So what we need to create feature request. How to create? Click on this subtask, this add issue types on the right side on the top, and mention the name feature request. Feature requests. Okay, line description. Okay, there are two types. This feature request is a standard like a task, or is a subtask. Okay, we want as a standard. So that feature request is created. Now feature request we want to act as a task, so that we can see that feature requests are some request, or it's just a improvement request. Let's give some image icon. Edit this and click on the select avatar. There are default, or in the organization we can create our own and we can upload here, that will be shown here. Okay, so feature task looks like an improvement, and this is a plus button like an improvement, so I can just put as a improvement. Click on the update. Okay, this feature request is updated. Now we can create as a engineering task. This also we want as a standard. Engineering tasks we want to act like a task. So what is a task here? This one. You can E and T. You can also design your icons here. E and T and some background color and the small favicon icon, and that you can upload here and that you can provide here. So that also that you can do that. But this is like how you want to do the creativity here, because that required a UI efforts, and this is just a small image, very less pixels are required. Okay, now suppose I want a one review also as a subtask. I have created a standard, but I didn't created a subtask. Let's create as a review, because subtask, sometimes subtask is also the review. I have completed my task, now I need to send for the review. Let's create as a subtask. See, I have selected subtask. This automatically come as a subtask icon, because subtask is only one icon. That's the reason this subtask come as an icon. So if I have any other, I can change, or I can use this only. This icon shows as a subtask. Now issue type is created. I always say that scheme means we need to bundle all in a one place, so that we can add that in our project. For creating a bundle, let's click on add issue type scheme. Now I need to provide a issue type scheme. Training project. I always say that create a name that is related to the project. Training project, issue type, scheme. The requirement was story point should be the default. Currently I don't have because I have not added here. These are all the available issue types that we have, and this is the current scheme which I have. I'm just creating. So whatever that I required, I need to add here. I need a epic, I need a story, I need an engineering task, I need a feature task, then I need a review as a subtask, and I need a normal standard subtask. Save. I'm not going to create any bug in this project, so no need of a bug. You see, not associated to any project. Associate, select training project 1, click on the associate. Now our project issue type scheme is changed. If I click on the create, I see, I select my project, train, and I can see here. Okay, subtasks will not show here, subtasks show here, show there only. Okay, I didn't put it as a default one. Story. Now I want a default issue type. Okay, let's say that I want a story because we frequently create a stories. I want a stories as default so that I will not go and select every time which issue type I want. Okay, then if I go here, I select a project, train. Oh, this is not updated. There's a 2 option to associate that scheme. One, I just click on this associate and selected a project and click on the associate. Okay, now this is the simple association I did. If you already have a project, suppose I already have this project which I have 22 or 23 tasks created. Okay, I cannot do the modifications here because if I do the modifications, my all tasks will affect, right? How you will do the changes here?
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides PG certification in business analysis and product management by ENICT Academy MNIT Jaipur. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Where is the issue types? Okay, I already have a default scheme, so all issue types are here. Now suppose I want to, okay, let's create a one issue for engineering task. Okay, engineering task, no, workflow is also not assigned to engineering task and feature. Let's remove task. Maybe I have some issues for the task. Let's check for if I have some issues from the task. Now suppose I have activity. I want to remove tasks as a issue type. I don't want a task as a issue type in my project, which I had created a long back. Okay, now there are some issues that is already created under the tasks, right? So if you remove that means that these all issues are going to be affected. That, so in this case, whenever you are guys are working as a Jira admin and you just get a email from the project manager, can you please remove task as a issue type? So don't go directly and remove task as a issue type. First, ask them what is the replacement. If we remove the task, any current issue that need to be work as a replacement, or any new issue that is required as a replacement. This is the guy's GQL. That how we can write this. Anyway, that I will explain later on, but this is how that we write a GQL. So now I can see only the task. So I don't have a task as a issues. Let's see if I have a subtask as a issues. I don't have a subtask also. I think only epic. Okay, let's remove epic from this. Come here. So how you will do that? In that case, you need to, this is the issue. Okay, this is the Kanban issue type scheme, and this is the default scheme, which is the globally used for all the other projects which is not having a any scheme. That's a default issue type scheme. So this is used in this test project. So now first I will do edit. Okay, I will remove epic from here, and I have this only. Let's see this. Okay, I have a train Kanban issue type where I have only 4 issue type. Now I have a requirement. What is the requirement? I want to use only these 4 standard. I want to remove all other extra issue types which is not required in my project. So what I need to do, I need to associate this to this project. See, this is the one that I want to show you. After this, I will get test project epic is having a 23 issues which are going to affect. So that means this issue type need to be changed with new issue type. And so all these issues that we have which needs to be migrated to the new issue type, then only we can change this. If I click on the next, this will ask for the new one. Okay, epic, what you want to change from epic? I want to change from epic to story. So this says that select a new issue type with the current issue type epic in the project. Then I need to do it for the story. Okay, all field values we want to be retained. If epic and tasks both are story, both are having a different screens. In my case, I think the screen is already same, and that's the reason I didn't get a field. If I have a different fields also, and some fields are there in epic which is not there in a story, so this asks that field value also to be mapped. Okay, now this is just a migration. This will migrate. Now this is the last, the confirmation. Target project is a test project. Target issue type is a story. That our test project is epic. 23 issues are going to be affected. Now let's finish. So this migration has started. Let me refresh. Done. Acknowledge. So this is just a small task. This is just a 23 issues, and this doesn't take a time. But if you think that if 5,000 issues or 10,000 issues which is going to affect for your changes, that means you need some downtime. You need to make sure that no one is creating a new epic in that particular time, because that takes some 10 to 15 minutes maybe, based on the size of the instance or based on the performance of the instance. So in all these cases, now this is epic. Let me refresh. I will see all as a story point. Turn this cloud. This is very slow. Yeah, now it got updated. Okay, so this is the migration activity that we need to do for the issue types. So always, as a Jira admin, make sure that whatever the activities that you are doing, you have a valid approvals. Don't do without any approvals, because if you suddenly change epic, maybe your project manager don't know that this is going to affect on all the issue types. He is not aware of that. As an admin, is your responsibility. You need to give this information to the admin that okay, what are the fields are under epic on the story, which both are different, and epic is a different color, story is a different color. So when you do this migration, this is going to be affected on these all issue types. You need to take account with the GQL how many issues are there in epic. You need to put a count. These are the count, and these all issues are going to affected. You just do the migration, and once you approve, and after the migration, just check the count and make sure that whatever the issues that you have migrated, the count, both counts are same. Okay, so this is how that you do the migration of the issue type schemes. Like this, we need to do it for the workflow. Okay, what is the components? Components are like what we can say that components are something that we need to just break out the features. Okay, what are the features that we are developing that we need to break out? So in the project, once you have started the project, that means you are working on a one project that have some different components. So that components, how you will break out in Jira. So I have a one business requirement. Okay, in the organization, everyone is working on a project. Okay, but after that, if I want to see what are the tickets that is completed in that particular storage component, or based on the location, I can decide, or based on some business unit, I want a data that how many tickets are completed by this business unit in the particular project. So if I am not using component, then that means that I need to go through each and every ticket, right? So and then I can just get out the data, get all the data, and then I can present to the team. But if I have a component, I can just search for the component and I can see all the data within just a one search, and I can see based on the component on my dashboard also. Okay, so what will be the solution for this? We need to just all these tasks that we need to just put in the smaller section. Okay, just like that, I have given some example. Platform, we can put it as a functions also, we can put it as a location also, or some content type. Okay, or anything that you can think about that you want to put it in small chunks for that particular project. As I said, that for simple example, car has a multiple component, and based on that we have started one project for the car, and after that if you want to distribute between the some chassis control or the engine control, that what are the tickets are under engine and what are the work that we did for the chassis control or the clustering the dashboard. So these all things that how you will differentiate. So you can differentiate based on the component which we need to use in the project. How we can create a project, create a component. So mostly who create a component created by the project admin. Okay, this is not something that Jira admin do. This is project admin. What are the four information project admin required, or he knows that need to put it for the component? One is the name of the component, maybe the engineering, then some description for the component, so that after that if we want to, if project manager left the organization and other person will come and you want to see that why this component is created, one line description is always required. Okay, then who will be the lead for the component? Because if one project is working on the multiple component, so in that project there are some expertise who are taking care for that particular component. Like in project there are developers, there are QAs, and team lead knows that if your ticket will come from the for the QA, then who need to assign. If ticket come from the development, who need to assign. Or by location also we can say that if US team is not working, then this will automatically go to the India team. And if we just put it as a location, and then it will automatically do that. And we can also put it as a default assignee. If ticket come for the engineering team, then who will be the engineer team lead, they should go automatically to that lead. Okay, so these are the auto assignee also that we can do it with the component. Then same like component assignment. So the component is a field, whatever that multiple components that we will assign there, we will see there as a drop down, and we need to select, and it will automatically assign to the issue lead, component lead, if we have mentioned there. Okay, then if you want to see the component leads list, this I will show you there. Only the project admins can see the component leads, or anyway Jira admin can see anything that is there in the Jira. So project admins, they need to click on the project settings, their components, and like this they can see the list there. Okay, and they can see here how many issues are there under that particular component. And if they want to change the lead or change this, if they mention project lead, then whatever the project lead that we have defined there in our project, this will automatically assign to project lead. Okay, and if they have mentioned project default, this is also go to the project lead only, or the component lead. That component lead we will decide here, or we can put as a unassigned also, that he is not there in a screenshot, but if you click on these three dots, you will get that unassigned also. You can make it. This is the reports gadget that we can get it from the component. If you want to see 3D rendering engine, how many tickets has assigned there to this particular component, and you see the 4% of like 10 tickets out of 176 or go to this particular component. Then so issue statistics, here in the issue statistics I can see the percentage of component in that particular component, how many tickets are completed or how many are without component. 71% are the without component. So project managers can just go through this particular gadget and they can see the data there. And if they click on the this 10, and they can see all the 10 tickets are under this component. I will show this issue statistics. This I have designed today. And then we can also design as a swim lanes of the component. Swim lanes, I said that on the board. If board we have all the multiple tickets there, we can also the swim lanes designed by a assignee or by the component. If I want to see by component data on our board, that also there was something that I can mention there. Or if I want to see the by assignee, that also something that I can mention there. How we can configure? So I need to go to the board settings, then swim lanes, and in there that I need to just mention component equal to component name. So these all swim lanes will be created there. Then there is another approach, labels, and most of the people say that if we have a labels, then why we use a component? Labels also do the same things what component do. But guys, label is not having like fixed values. Okay, components can be a fixed one. Label anyone can create, because label field is open. If you do some typo mistake also, label will not check that what was the previous value. Okay, so these are the some drawbacks that we have. So based on the labels we cannot get any reports. Okay, you will get the data, but you can filterize based on the labels, but at the end, if you want to see some issue statistics or any data and these filters will not perfectly work, because someone write as a apple, someone write as apples, some do some mistakes there, so labels will not check that mistakes. Okay, so there are some drawbacks: unrestricted values, anti-created potentially for inconsistent values. So we cannot put as a restriction there. There is a possibilities that tickets will be created with the multiple names. Unreliable search, because the value, whatever the labels value we will put, and we search based on that. If we have some mistakes, we will not be able to see the data there. Okay, and project managers or Jira admin cannot control labels we can create whatever that we want. Okay, and we don't have any reporting on the labels. We cannot create any gadgets also on the dashboard with the name of the labels. Now there is a, as I just give an example. So same, like if I have a label apple, but some people have put it as a APLES, or some has put it as a apples. How I can change later on? Because if I see the data there in the like 100 issues, someone has mentioned apple, because in that 10 people has missed P there, because once we enter APLES, next time it will show in the search APLES, and by mistake if you click on multiple time APLS, this will be value recorded in our particular tickets, or APLES and apple and apples. If you select some of that, you will get the different values in the search engine when you search for the apples. Okay, how we can do this bulk changes without affecting any issue? We need to do it we cannot go one by one for the 100 issues. That will take some time to correct that. So for that we have a bulk operations. I will show today how we can work with the bulk operation to change just one field to all 100 issues. Okay, that's something that advanced part, okay, advanced part feature in our search engine. So there we need to start this bulk operation. Okay, we need to search for the particular project and labels. In we need to mention labels in all the values, what are the copy values that we see there, and then it will automatically show there. Then we need to do replace all the values there. Bulk change, as I said that we have a bulk change option. You always see the three dots when you are in that filter section, and there are three dots. If you click on the three dots, it shows that bulk change. Okay, but some permissions are required for the bulk change, that I will explain when I will explain the permissions category there. Okay, instead of labels, always suggested to go ahead with the select list. If you think in your organization you are going to work on only the 5 labels, and you want to strictly use your team to use that 5 labels, and you want that they should not do any mistake there. Okay, then in that case go ahead with the select list instead of using the label field. Okay, label field only use if you don't have the fixed values, then only you use the label field. If you have a fixed values, go ahead with the select list. Okay, epic is something you have a multiple epics in one component. You cannot say that one epic and under one epic you cannot create 100 of, you can create 100 and 200 of stories, but at the end it will be difficult just to check all these components, all the epics. Now I have a one project, I have created a component in that particular project. Now you want to see like I said, the car, I have a car, I want to see as a project manager how many tickets I created for the chassis control in that car. Okay, for that, if I have an epic for chassis control, that is not possible, because chassis control is a big part of the car where multiple things are there that need to be worked on that, and epics is something that you are tracking your work. Okay, but components are like this is just for the helpful for the getting all the data in a like normal for the reporting structure. Okay, as I said that I have a issue statistics at the end, I have a total 21 issues in this particular project, the training project that I have created. Now I want to see that how many tickets for that particular location. I can put as a location also, how many ticket goes to that location. I can just click on this and I can see all the data. Okay, for the component of location. Okay, this is mostly helpful for the project manager just to represent at the end. Instead of searching everything, he can just see on the dashboard. you want to see how many tickets created for the storage team, just click on this and you will see the data for the storage team. Okay. And one more, the gadget that I have created, it's a two-dimensional gadget. I have not put it multiple assignee, you will see all the assignee. Okay, at the end, if you want to see Pawan is working on multiple tickets. How many tickets Pawan has for the particular location, or for the storage team? You just see here Pawan, and you will see the tickets are assigned to the Pawan. Just click on that and you see the data there. Okay, this is components are just used for the reporting structure in the particular project, how you break down your work at the end to represent to the management. Okay, and one more, the benefit that we have, as I said, that chassis control. So I will come back to my example, chassis control. Okay, in that chassis control, I know my team lead as a department head. I know this my team is working on the chassis control. I will just automatically put as a assignee to that particular person. So whenever ticket is created for the chassis control, he selects just the component, and ticket will automatically assign to the component lead. So no need to take care for the assignee also. That's the automation that we can do that here, right? So just for the application team is having multiple application. They have a Jira, might be they have a Bitbucket, they have some other applications. They are also supporting Eclipse or Visual Studio. They are supporting for the multiple applications. But at the end, if you are raising a request for the Jira, then you will select as a component Jira, and then the ticket will automatically go to the Jira person, the Jira team, that who is going to work on that. It will not flow in that application team, and Jira people just look into, just compile all the tickets at the end, and they pick a ticket which is there for the Jira. Instead of, they can just click on the component and they just see that what are the tickets are assigned particular under the particular this component. Okay, that's how these components are working in the organizations. Now to create component, there is a section components. Only project managers will create components. I have created 3. Now let's create a one more, create component. Just put it a name. Now I have a storage, I have operating system, I have a location, maybe application issue in my project. If I get any application issue, or maybe the infra issue, I can say that to whom I need to send. So we know that in my own organization, who is the person that who will help us in the infra if we get any infra issues in my particular project, or anything is not working, or my code is not building. Maybe I want to just check with the Jenkins team that why I am getting these issues. I am having some build issues, so I can just mention his name, who is going to be help. I don't have any other users, so I'm just putting my name only. I'm not created other users. So now in here you see I can put it as a component lead as a assignee, means whenever this infra issues will come, it will automatically assign to Ankush Kumar, or the project default, means project lead or any project default that I have mentioned in the details. Project lead, if I have defined, we can define a project lead in Jira. So if I defined any project lead, it will automatically go to the project lead. So if I put it as that ticket as an unassigned, that also fine. If someone select as a infra as a issue and they just click on that, the ticket will go unassigned automatically. How this will show on the tickets? Component is a field, guys. It's just a field, nothing else. Okay, whatever values we will add, that will become here. I can add a multiple component also. If my one ticket is required to work by the developers, or I am not sure that to whom that I want this ticket, I can add a multiple components also. Okay, that is totally fine. This also got refreshed and my name came here. Like this, you can see the signing for infra issues. Like you can just click on this or location, you can see here that's different assignee. This is just for the project managers that how this is just that he can manage his work, his team members. If he one project manager can be the project manager for the 3 different teams, right, of 3 different projects in Jira. So you cannot go to the one by one persons and check that what all the things are there, but he can categorize everything here and see things here. This dashboard anyways, I will explain. This is mostly for the project managers, that how they see data here only, instead of going to each and every person's or each and every team's board. So this is how that we design a gadgets. Okay, same for the components. We also have a labels. Let me see, I have a labels on this. issue. Yeah, I have a labels. Labels, I can add a multiple label. Let's see, I have one apple. I have created testing labels. Okay. Now let's add some of labels. See, I have added apple. I can see apple. If I added apples, that also possibility is there. It's automatically add new. Oh, I didn't click on new. Sorry. Apples. Here also I can add a multiple labels. There is not any issue. Okay, this ticket is already closed. The reason label field is not there. Okay, fine. I have data that I can show. Okay, now I have a labels created. Some of the labels that I have just created and added. So label, as I see that we don't have a control on the label. People can create label on how much that they want on their own. Okay, so now at the end, project manager sees that there are duplicacy of the labels available in my project, and they ask to the Jira admin or other team members that who want to, so like we want to remove the duplicacy from the labels, and we want to the bulk add. We cannot go one by one. If we have issues in 100 issues, labels that duplicacy in 100 issues, we cannot go one by one for all the 100 issues. And same like if you want to change some one field for 100 issues, you cannot go on all the 100 issues and add one value for the particular field. So for that, guys, we have a bulk. How we can do that bulk? This three dot and click on the bulk change. Okay, so for bulk change, what I need to do, I need to filterize data first, what I want. And labels in, if I want to use multiple, I can use in. If I want to use only a single value, I can just mention equal. Okay, now I will search. I have added. Now I got error. Okay, order is removed. Order by, yeah, I have added this in the three. So this I can do it for the multiple also. I can go to the bulk change for all three. So I just need to select. I selected all. Click on the next. For bulk change, what way I can do? I can edit issue. I can move issue. If I want to change the issue types of my issues, and this I can do it with the bulk operation also. I can change the transitions of the issues with the bulk. I can delete bulk issues. I can add myself in the notification watch issues. I can remove myself from the watch issues. Okay, these are like these all activities that we can do as a bulk action. Edit issues. Click on the next. Okay, so you see I can change issue type, priority, component, anything that I can do it here. Now for labels, I want to replace all, or I want to do only for the existing. I want to do the all, the three that I have. Okay, I want to change the value. I want to change the value with the apple. I don't want to change anything else. Okay, here send mails for this update. So always, guys, when you are performing bulk operation on Jira, so always uncheck this. Don't check this one, because multiple notification emails will be flooded in the person's that mailbox, whoever the watcher of that particular issues. So always this uncheck. Then you need to just do the confirmation. This is going to be the changes, or if you want any other changes, just click on the confirm, and this changes is performed. So this is how you can perform the bulk operation on the issues. Whatever the bulk operation is there, field change, value change, anything, you can see the bulk operations. Okay, now I will just remove. I can see only I just need to remove labels equal to apple. Yeah, all are changed with the apple. So this is how that I can perform a bulk changes in Jira. But make sure that your JQL, whatever that you are writing, it should be the perfectly shows all the data, because the data can be hundreds, thousands, anything, and you do the bulk operation and that will reflect in all issues. Okay, this is the list view and this is the detail view where you can see all the details. Okay. Always list view is fine because here I can see the data. This is the advanced part of jQuery. There is the basic. Okay, that cannot be strict if I did not remove. I need to remove things and then only I can go to the basic. So here also you just search for the field labels. If you cannot write there, labels is not coming. Okay, you can select the issue types there, status, assignee, or Don't know why label field is not coming here. Okay, this anyway I will explain later. Yeah, so like this we can just search for the basic and advanced equal. Okay, first let me show how we can associate schemes with the project. Okay, guys, what I need to do, I need to just click on the settings and then issues. Okay, and here I can create a scheme for my issue types. So to create a scheme for my issue type, I can just click on the add issue type scheme. I can mention any name, testing issue type. If so, like you can also design as a golden template for your company, which you can design as a generic, like most of the projects, like all the Scrum projects can use that particular golden template. So like that also you can sometimes provide a naming convention there. Okay, whatever the issue type I need for my scheme, I can just select. I need these three. Okay, I need a pick also, and I need a subtask. And then I can select here which one will be the default one. Stories. Okay, and then click on the save. Okay, I got my issue type scheme. To associate this scheme with the project, I have one option here that I have showed last time. Just click on the associate and select a project from here. Else what I can do, I can just go on the project, training project that I have, scroll down, project settings, okay, issue type. Okay, I have this training project issue type scheme. Now I want to change this particular scheme. To change this particular scheme, I can do it from there also in a association and associate that particular project, or I can come to the project settings, click on issue type scheme, issue type here, and then click on this action button. Here I can add it if I want to just add a one particular issue type here, or if I want to just change a full scheme, I will just click on this scheme that I want. I want testing issue type scheme which I have created newly, and you see that there are 26 issues which are going to be affected because of changing the scheme. It's okay.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides PG certification in business analysis and product management by ENICT Academy MNIT Jaipur. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Okay, so not get the migration because stories bug, most of the things were same only. That's the reason I didn't went for the migration. Okay, so this scheme has got changed for the issue type. Same like I can do it for the workflows. To associate workflow scheme, I can just click on the workflow, add workflow if I want to add a single workflow, or I can just click on the switch scheme and just click on this and click on the association, and I have issues and okay, nothing is going to be affected as of because all are 0. If all are 0, then no need to take in care for all these things. Okay, and all my 26 issues are going to be migrated to the new workflow. This is the current status of the workflow. You already have a workflow in your particular project. You know that this is the current statuses of the workflow, and this is the new workflow scheme, and this is the old one. So now you are going to be migrate to the new scheme. So you have decided for the task. That means you know what are the statuses are the tasks or that you are going to change in the new workflow and compared to the previous workflow. So these all information, when as the Jira admin, if I do this migration, I need to get the information from the project managers. I need to ask first question to my project manager. If I have a task which is state is an open state, you want me to put back in open state, or if I don't have a open state, or you want to change it to do or a backlog, I need to get information from there. Resolved should be the new done, closed with the new done. So these all information that I need to discuss with the project manager, how they want to be here. Analysis should be in progress, on hold should be in progress. So if I don't have new statuses there, I need to ask for what will be the mapping. Yes. So these are all information. Now this stories are going to be affected with my new changes. So here I need to make sure that okay, I have done to do backlog analysis in progress, on hold, in progress. One epic is going to be affected. So like this, we need to do mapping for whatever that is going to be affected. If it's a 0, no need. If it's a 1 or any count that you will see here, that need to be taken care. And then click on associate. Then this do the migration. So these always take a time based on the data, how much data that you have in the application. So currently it's very less. So it's just taking 1 second. That's it. But once this is started, we cannot click on the go back on, don't do the refresh also just to close this will not stop. So but sometime if you do refresh and this breaks in between, then maybe Jira get crashed. Okay, so if I will just create a one scheme that need to be associated to the particular project. This is shared with the one project, and I can be shared with the multiple project also. Under that, if I have a different workflow for my different issue type, here I need to assign that. Add workflow from existing, maybe the build workflows this time. Okay, I will click on yes. And here I need to select build workflow for which issue type. I can say bug, and then this will show here for the bug. So first you need to create a scheme, then you need to edit the scheme, and under the scheme you need to assign workflows to the issue types. Whatever you will see here, all unassigned. If you are assigning workflows to these issue types and you have a one workflow in here as the default, which says all unassigned issue types, and this will be the workflow for all other issues which are not mentioned here with the workflows. Okay, this is clear for everyone. And please do publish whenever that you do the changes. Okay, and the workflow also, I have seen that you guys are editing workflows, but you are not saving that, because once workflow is active state, and if you click on the edit in active workflow after doing some changes, or if you just to look that workflow, you just click on the edit, then please publish that. If you will not publish, how you will see that your workflow is in edit state? You see the one mark, circle mark. Okay, let me show that. I will just click on this leave and I see this mark. If you are seeing this mark, that means your workflow is in a draft state. Please publish, because if you did some small change also and other admin will come and he also do some small case, and that time he do publish, sometimes workflows get corrupted, and or your changes will get corrupted there. Your changes will not be there. So these are the cases. Whenever you enter in any workflow, do publish. Okay, here publish draft or discard if you don't do any changes. Once you do publish, this asks for take a backup for the copy, or if you are sure that what are the changes that you did that is not going to affect anywhere, that is just a small change, then no need to take a backup copy. But if you are not sure with the changes that you did and which is going to be affected, always take a backup. Okay, so that you have a one backup copy if something happens. And backup you will find in an inactive state, not in an active state. So don't get confused for the backups that you will not be able to find here. Okay, inactive state you will find. And guys, as an admin, always delete inactive workflows if that which are not in a use. Okay, as an admin in the corporate, here no need to delete in your space. That's a small space. If you do this same activity in the different scheme, which that is not going to affect here. So don't get confused that if you have a different scheme, therefore the bug you are associating different workflow and which is going to affect here. No, till that if that scheme is not shared with this particular project, whatever that shared project, you will get any information here. And as an admin in the organization, if you have a shared scheme and you get some information, okay, for the bug you need to change your workflow. So guys, if you have a 10 projects mentioned here, take a approval for all the 10 projects, because whatever the changes you will do here, that is going to be affected on the 10 projects. Okay, so you have to make sure that you are taking approval from all the 10 project managers that these changes is going to be affect in your Jira system also. So let us know that you approve or not. Or else if one person also not approve, then create a different scheme and give to that particular project and remove him from the shared system. Okay. Okay, the next step that I have decided, we will go with the custom fields. So I think everyone knows about the custom fields. This will not take much time here and not much confusion. Okay, custom fields in Jira. So we have some of the default fields in Jira that I think everyone are aware. This issue type, it's a default field. Components, labels, okay, descriptions, reporters, assignee, these are the default fields that we get in the Jira. But still Jira give us a option to create a new fields, okay, based on our requirement. So if we have a requirement in our project, we, because fields are something that we want an information from that particular person, that who is a reporter for the particular ticket. He will just mention all the information, and as a assignee, what I am expecting as a developer, what are the information that I am expecting from that person, what are the information he will fill, and based on that I will just go and develop my product. So you in the project manager or the scrum master or the team mates, these all will sit together and they thinks in an initial time that what are the information we required for the particular issues. Okay, this is not something that is going to help to the management or any other person. This is the something that is going to be helpful for the assignees of that issues, who are going to be taken information from that issue. And in future also, if you have developed some product, it should not be like you have just given the one line description that you are developing this product. No, please elaborate that is in the description, because after 5 years, if you want to see that what component that you have developed in these issues, you can get information from that particular descriptions. Okay, so there are some types of the custom fields that I have captured here. So we have multiple fields available in a Jira which we can create. Almost all types are there in a Jira, so no need to write any coding or any XML language or any HTML language to create all these are just the simple options that Atlassian has given to us just to enhance the functionality. That's the best part I can say for this application. To enhance functionality, we are not writing any code that will affect on the performance side or any other thing. We have a checkbox, we have a date picker, we have a date time picker. Some example that how they look like, everyone knows that. I just took some screenshot and mentioned here. Okay, so if you have a number field, don't go for the text field. If you are expecting that user will always put a number, anyway text field will act as a number field also. You can enter the numbers also in the text field, but text field is having the high impact on the performance side. Okay, because that characters, when we do the search for the text fields, the characters take time for in search engines, the indexing system that we have in a Jira in the backend. So always try to avoid text field. If you have a 5 to 6 values that you are continuously adding in the text field, so use a select list. Don't go with the text field, because if you have some fixed values that you are using every time. Okay, so one organization, there we have a 2500 values in a text field in a select list. So that's how they're all company departments, they have put it in a text in a that all the teams that they have in the organization, they have put it in a select list. So whenever they are working with from which team this issue is there, they select from the the field name is the team name. So they need to just select from that which team has reported these issues, so that at the end they get the information from this team, these all issues came. So like this they have did all these changes. So there are multi-select choice also. There are cascading is select list only, then radio button also for yes and no. So we can use Jira as a feedback option also. Okay, create a one project for the feedback project and just capture, just create a issue, and the voting system is there. Send that ticket to everyone and ask them to vote on the issues, on the issue that how they act like. So we can use as it to getting the feedback from the particular team that how we are working on that. So these all the standard custom fields that we have, which we are going to be create. Okay, so how to create custom fields here? So same, I need to go to click on the settings and issues, custom fields. Okay, so these are the default custom fields. This actual and actual start is from Tempo. This is not from Jira default. And this is also, I think, these are not from the Jira default. This came from some plugin. These are the logged field. Why Jira has logged this field? Because these fields are depend. Some of the reporting structure also depend on these fields. If we do some changes, that will break out some functionalities of application which is used to generate reports there. So that's the reason that Jira has logged these fields. In data center version, in the server version, we do changes. We do change if required. What we do just unlock this from the DB, and then if I want to change the name or what are the changes that I do, we want to do, we just do that change and then lock it. Okay, but Atlassian never suggests that to do that. On the cloud, that is not possible. Okay, then we have a story point estimate, sprints, rank is for the ranking system, and global ranking system. This is used on the boards, Scrum and Kanban, to rank out, to just to show the tickets there. Okay, so these are the defaults, and there are 31 active. So this is the newly that they are just showing here the count. I think last year this was not there, and from this year I think they have started, or maybe that in cloud they have started before, because cloud they just initially they give functionality in the cloud and server gets the later version. Then create custom field. So just to create custom field, here I just click on the left side, I just click on the custom field, and I get the screen, and here I just click on the create custom field. So here you can just click on all, you get all, and if you want to what are the standards which are frequently used in the Jira, so these are the standards. You can use a URL field, you can use a user picker field. Now user picker field, why this is required? Okay, suppose one person has raised a request, like in a timesheet, maybe you have a timesheet plugin, and you can create as a holiday project also. Okay, so one person is going on the leave. I'm just giving the idea. One person is going on the leave, and he want to get the he will just want to get the approval for that particular leave. Okay, he will just create a ticket, and he send to the project manager that I will be on the leave from this day to this day, and he need to put as a one person that who will taken care for his work when he is not available in the organization. Okay, so for that you can create a field as a success, what that called, I don't remember the name, that okay, proxy, I can say that, who will be the proxy for the particular person. You just put the name and use this field, and when he is sending for the approval, he will just put the name of that particular person, and first that person need to approve with this automation. Whatever the name he will put here, this will automatically change as the assignee, and this person first approve that request, then project manager will approve the request. So then his leaves get approved, and once he is not available, so project manager knows that if he is not there, then to whom he need to assign if any urgent task is there. So this is how that organization design the projects there. Okay, so let me create one select list. So multi select list, multi text field and text field, always try to avoid these two fields. If you have a requirement, use it. No need to avoid for the requirements, but if requirements are not there, then always try to use a select list. Other option, okay, yeah, this is you are going to be used, and maybe what the name that I can say, that fruits, line description, orange, apple, pineapple. You can add a multiple here, there is not any limit here. And one line description. Okay, guys, if you add a one line description there, that I will show later on, but now this is just came in idea, so I'm just going, I just want to explain. If you want add a one line description here, wherever you use this field, this description will be visible there. Okay, So always when you are adding description, just make sure that that description is a generic for uh, all the projects in Jira wherever that you are using the description. If you want to use only for that particular one description, one line description for one particular project, not for the other projects, then we for that we have field configuration that I will show you when I will explain in a field configuration. Once you have, just click on that created. Now field is created. If I cancel this also, field is there. If you know that which screen you want to add. So now I have only 6 or 5, I know that which screen I can add. But in the organization, if you have 50 to 60 screens, maybe while creating issues you are not sure that which screen you need to add, then just click on the update and skip that part. Okay, now you have skipped that part. Search here. Okay, click on this context and default first. Okay, what is the context in Jira? Context is a very important thing that we need to understand. Okay, because our all search functionalities work based on the context. Because always when you are using this field name fruits or any field name that you are using, and you are using in a one project, or say the Scrum project or a Kanban project, then create a context here for which particular project you are using. I'm using for this project. I'm using for which issue type. I can select issue type, or issue type is if you mention all also, it's fine. But if you have a 500 project, always select a context, because if you put global, okay, and then you are searching this field in a jQuery, I show in a filter, you have written filter, that filter is searching, that filter is showing data about the 200 issues, and now you don't have this context says that it's a global field, and when that issue is searching for this particular value, this will go to all the 500 projects that you have in the Jira. It will check in all the 500 projects, and then it will check that for this training project this value is you have mentioned there for the training project, then it will come to the training project, and then this will just check for these values. If you mention here context project equal to training project, then this will not go through all the 500 projects and check for the project name there. It will directly come to this project and show the value there. So this is how that whenever that reportings are there, that takes some 2 minutes or 2 minutes, because this is the dashboard. When we have a dashboard, you have a multiple filters or multiple gadgets are available on the dashboard. Then this dashboard went slow. Now this is taking just 5 to 10 seconds, because I don't have any much data here. Suppose I have activity streams, multiple activity streams, that because I am active on the Jira daily, and I have some issue assigning. I have not used this assigned to me. Currently, I have only one, but if I have assigned to me, that count is around 400. That is just increasing day by day. So that loading all the 400 also takes some time, because these all gadgets take some time to refresh. So if you have a multiple filters created there, so you need to make sure for the performance side, so that dashboard should not take a 1 minute to load here. Okay, same like context you need to see. Now you have a one name field name fruits, and you have only these 3 fruits. Suppose you have a one more field fruits, but you don't want to use these fruits, you want to use the different fruits. For your project is working on the different values, you are not working on these values, then add a context. Okay, add a context, mention the name of context for text project. We just mention the name of the project in the context, so that you will not get confused. Then select for which project you are going to create a context. Performance of, just to make sure that your search will not take to some times, and that just reduce the timing. This is all based on the performance and the reporting structure side. Reporting should not take much time to load, because dashboards, all dashboard gadgets are dependent on the filters only. If you are not maintaining proper context here, then these all filters will take time to load, and your dashboard will take a 1 minute to upload, to just load all the gadgets, and you cannot wait for the 1 minute. Like that will be the irritating, just to wait for the 1 minute just to load that gadget, right? And context, why this is helpful, I'm just going to show you. You have a 3 values here. Now I am just going to create a more options. Pre What is the name for apricot? I'm not remembering the fruit name also. Just tell me any fruit name. Strawberry. Okay. Now I have a field which is having two contexts. One is having orange, apple, and pineapple, and one is having strawberry and avocado. Okay. This is used in a project, training project. This is used in test projects. Now let's go to the project. Okay, wait, I need to add this in the screen. I will just add here only in the screen. I'm just going to show here. This is the screen. Okay, this is one screen. Create and create. Here you see for this particular project, test project, you are able to see only two values, strawberry and avocado. And here for the other project, training project, you see the different values, right? If you will not maintain context, then you need to create two fields here. But if you are maintaining context with the same name of the field, you can have a different values also, because some projects are using 5 values, maybe some projects are using from the teams, some projects are using the different values. So this is how that context help us to maintain this checklist values mostly. Okay, one point is for the reporting also, and other point is just to maintain the values for which for that project, that what values that I want to show there. Like I have given example, we have a team field. There all the teams of the organization that we have mentioned there, but there are different departments also. Now you have a one field and you want to show only the teams field, that is the department of some development department or the business software department or the business department, and you want to show only the fields of the software department to the software project, and only you want to show the field for the business department, only teams for the business department to the business project, right? So this type of the conditions you can just resolve with the context. No need to write any scripting here. Okay, teams, there are multiple teams working in the organization, right? One of the scrums and one of the kanbans on the business side, on the sales side, or like suppose all the teams are using Jira in the organization. Okay, now you have a one field that called the teams field, or some field that is used by all the projects that are there in a Jira. Okay, or in the on the organization, maybe the one field that is common for full organization, right? So in that, how many values that you want to show to only to the scrum, only to the kanban, only to the business? Okay? This you need to decide now, and mostly these Jira admins need to decide, because you will come with the requirement. You say that you want this field. See, this is not just a fruit. You come from the scrum team and you say that you want a teams field, and kanban also say that I want a team field, but their values are different and your values are different. At the end, Jira admin need to create a context just to give them same values in the one particular field, instead of creating two different fields. This is clear for all? Okay, suppose one more field, we have a country field. Country field is common for the global, for the organization. All the departments use country field. And if you at the end, if you want to track as a this ticket came from which, or from which country the developer is working on that. Oh, okay. No, just a small answer. This is always depend on the data that company is having in their Jira, right? If I am just comparing the bigger organization, my current organizations are having 40,000 users who are working in a Jira, and our Jira is like we have a bigger data center with the 5 nodes, and daily around 1 lakh issues are created there. So in this environment, we need to structurize everything. Okay, so I know that maybe this is not helpful with your Jira, and if you create a multiple fields also in the Jira, that is not going to affect on your performance. Okay, but I am just giving the standardized structure, that how this is structured in Atlassian. If we talk about the Atlassians and we discuss with Atlassian and that why they have developed this tool and how these tool functionalities are working, they always suggest that go ahead with the context. And in the previous version, this context option was not there. You cannot see the context here. People has sent a multiple emails to Atlassian that at the end, because 120 custom fields as the maximum that we can create in a Jira. We cannot create beyond extra. Anyway, application supports. If as a Jira admin, I can ask Atlassian that directly if my application is supporting to create a 250 or 500 plus custom fields, why I will just stick to with the 120? They said that because of the performance issues. Why I will not create the text fields? Because of the performance of the application. Because there are multiple indexes are running behind this application also, that is fetching our data. When I am running this jql is not something running on the database. This is not showing data from the database. This is this all coming from the indexes that is stored there on the server. So when these all indexes are just looking for the values for us, they take some time. If we have a 5 lakh issues or 10 lakh issues, that's the reason that we need to structurize everything when we are working with the application. So this is how that we can just structurize. You cannot compare with the components, because component is just that you are just breaking out your work that you have that. But if your project is a small one, you are just thinking that this is not helpful for your project. So I don't know that how the structure is working there in a Magento or in eBay system. I am just giving the training that how Jira is acting at. Because if I know the requirement there, if you will give the requirement, based on that I can design a project and I can show that how this can be the requirement that you can fulfill with the Jira. But the training structure, that how that will go as a normal standards that we have in the Atlassian, and that standards that we need to follow based on the Atlassian documentations. Okay, so the field name is the same, but values are different that you are using. If you have a 500 values, as I said, that 2500 values in one Slack list. If you have a 2500 values in one Slack list and you are searching for all, and that takes a time to just scroll down all these fields. That's the reason I have just created 5 the Slack list options. But that is not the option. Some of the organization that they will create only 5 Slack list option. That the example that I am giving. If you have 100 options, split into the context, so that if you click on the drop down button, that drop down field button, you will not see all the 500 options there. You will see only the option that is required for your particular project. That's the only reason that we have a context, and other option for the context, just to make sure that application performance improves, that how that they have developed. There is not any other systems is defined here.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides PG certification in business analysis and product management by ENICT Academy MNIT Jaipur. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Okay, so with the custom field, as I just created a one Slack list, and there that I have just created a context, and with that context that we can just split the values of our Slack list. One values that one client cannot see the other client's values. Okay, or one project cannot see other project values. So this is how that we can do it. Other option to do this, that we have some behavior scripting with the script turner. We need to write a Groovy, and with that we do that. So but without scripting, this is how that we can perform. And the user picker field also, that if we have a requirement where we want to see only the users, and this shows all the users which are available in a Jira. This will not show the project wise users. So if you have a requirement where you want to see all the users, and you just type some keywords and it just search that value and show there, then in that case that you can use as a user picker. There are some advanced options. Okay, so advanced option means the data first response. If you want to see some information in the ticket, then what is the data first response that we have in issues. Anyway, this information anyway you will get in the connect activities stream. See in the issues, if you click on any issues, and here let me okay, testing comment. Okay, here it just show now, and if you come here and you see the all this information here. But in this is the case where data first response of the comment. Okay, so if you want to see the information of this detail, and that you want to capture this in custom field, then we can use this. Now why we want to capture this field at the end? If I want to send this value, if my Jira application is integrated with the other Jira application or any other application, where I have a communication between these two applications, and they want to fetch this value from my Jira. They can do it with the REST calls. And if I capture this field in one particular custom field and I have created a sync, as soon as the comments are updated, this will just capture all the comment field, that is like a last comment, and this capture that value and then that send that value. Why we capture this value? Because if I want to write some logics on this, I can just take this value from the custom field. If I want to write a logic in the command, there are some REST APIs, like there is a long theory that you need to write with the number of line of code to get that value, and then you can just write a logic. But here you can just say that custom field name equal to date of first response. If custom field name of the first response is 10 minutes before or 20 minutes before, then do this activity. So like this you can just write some logics there. Same file, same this logic. So how this logics organizations are using, days since last comment. So if any issue that from last 3 days no one has commented, then please send a notification to the manager. This person is not updating his comments on this particular ticket. So for these types of the logic, we use these types of the field. Like if like issue key, if issue is equal to issue key and then no one has commented and then send an email, I can use this. Domain of assignee. Okay, here we can create a domain of assignees, and this is like a development domain, so I can just assign to them. Same, I said that global ranking, this automatically creates a ranking system there in a Jira. Then group picker, so this shows all the groups that we have in a Jira. So if you want to just select for some particular project, particular group, so like some activities that you are using Jira, and there you want to just notify that group that you are working on this, but this ticket, you just use this field and just mention that group name there. All the group people get the notification. You can do these modifications there. Same like a group picker, here you can select a single group, and here you can select a multiple group. Then last commented by user, so whatever the last commented by user, who is a developer or not, so this all information you can capture here. Okay, then some message, some views. So these are like a number of attachments. If you want to count how many attachments that you have added in that ticket, so instead of going count one by one, so I know that people are having one or two attachments in the ticket, so no need of using this particular field. But they, because in Jira there is a limit, you have a limit for 100 GB or 100 MB for the attachment file. But just to speed up our application, companies have a limit of 10 MB. The person cannot add a more than 10 MB file, because to loading that file that takes some time. So they do what they do, they just break out their files. If one developer want to send their logs, you can send logs to the email also. But for that particular ticket that you are working on a one ticket, and you want to just attach all the logs that you get the issue there, and or any other team, maintenance team, that who is working on this application, they get the log, they just need to share the logs to that developer, just to get the information about the error that they are getting. So they can just attach a log. So log files, that that is a very big file, so that they need to break out in the 10 MB files, and then they can add as a multiple files. So I have seen that people are adding 30 plus files also. So instead of getting a count 1 2 3 4 there, counting one by one, you get a number of count here, number of comment. So that also, that count you will get here. So like this, there are multiple version picker also. This shows all the versions, multi versions, single version. So there are multiple fields. So these are all that you need to use based on the requirement. If your projects are having requirement, you can use all these things. Okay. This is also like assets in the organization. This is mostly for the IT team, infrastructure team, that if they want to link some assets there, they can use this field. Yeah. So, and then once you have created all the custom fields, okay, your custom field creation is done, then that custom field you need to add on the screen. As I also added that field that I have created as fruits and added on the screen. Okay, now if you already have created a screen there where you can add, you can just select a screen, add it there, configure, and just add a field here, fruits. Oh, okay, I have already added it before, or you can add anything which is not there. epic color, maybe epic color. You can add directly field here. You will see all the fields in a drop down just to start writing, and you get the suggestions there. Okay. Other option, create a new fields, new screens. Okay. Test project, training project, bug screen. So I want this screen for my bug screen. Okay. I can directly create, or I can just copy any of the field. I can just click on the copy, and I will automatically get all the fields are there in my copy system. So no need to add from scratch. I can just mention train and Kanban default. Instead of that, I will just change story issue screen. Okay, I just did a rename, and I just did a copy. With the copy, I get all whatever that is there in that screen. I can see here. Okay, these all get a copy automatically, but which I have created without copy. Story, which one I have created? Training project bug screen. Here I can see no fields. Okay, the important that we have summary. Summary is the important one which we required always on the top. So whatever that you just drag and drop and change the position. So whatever the position you will decide here, the same position you will see in the create screen. If you are using this only for the create screen, if you have view screen, edit screen, you need to define the position here. Okay, so account, maybe I don't want, I want the summary, then description. I want a description. Issue type, no need to add. Issue type and project key, that gets automatically added there. That's a default one. Okay, and summary is the important one. That's a mandatory field. So this we need to, these three all the mandatory, and other you can use it based on the requirement. Reporter, attachment, due date. Okay, roles, effective versions, developments, components, and environment. Okay, these all the I have added here. Now I have a screen. This is for the bug screen. Okay, maybe I just need to clear this name, bug create screen. I want this screen only for create. Okay, bug create screen. Now I want a edit screen also. So I have a bug create screen. Let's take copy, and I can say that people can edit this bug edit screen. I want a same fields on the edit screen also. So some people, what they do, they just put the normal information on the create screen, and once that is created, later on they do edit. Or if you have some other information that you want on the edit screen, that we can add. View is a combination of edit and create screen. So whatever that fields are there on the edit, that should be available on the view, and whatever there is on the create screen, that also will be on the view. So let's take it view screen. If I have not mentioned that field view on the view screen, and I have given the value on the create screen, that will not be shown on that on this platform here, if field value is not there on the view screen. Okay, now I have a one screen that is designed for the bug, and one I have designed default for story issue screen. Now what is the next? I need to create a scheme, screen scheme. So training project screen scheme, and I need to select which one that I want as a default. Default means if one screen is not available, that will implement on automatically on all of the screen if I have not defined here. Okay, I have created training project screen scheme. Now let's go ahead configure this. Here, associate issue operation with screen. I need to mention create screen, edit screen, view screen. Okay, for default create screen, which I want a default create screen. So here I can select what I want for the for view, what I want for edit, what I want for create. So maybe there here I want a Kanban bug screen. I can just mention different names. Kanban default screen. Okay, these three I have mentioned for which scheme that I have created. Screen scheme we need to create based on the issue types. Yeah, okay. I have created training project screen scheme, and then in this training project screen scheme, okay, let me just change a default screen scheme so that you have a differences between bug and default. Okay, now I want to create a one more training project bug screen scheme. Here I want a bug create screen as a default, and here let me mention for create I want a bug create, for edit I want a bug edit, for view I want a bug view. Okay, so I have created two screen schemes to associate these screen schemes to issue type scheme. Okay, let me just present. I think you guys will confuse or already confused. Okay guys, here we have created field, right? Once we have created field, this field we need to place on the screen. Okay, fields are associated with the behavior that calls the field configuration. So behavior of the field that we need to manage, that I will explain when we will work on field configuration side. Screen, we need to first the fields that I have created, that I have placed on my screen. Now the screen I need to map with the screen scheme. Okay, what I did after screen, I have created a screen scheme. Once screen scheme is ready, on the screen scheme what I will manage, I will just mention create view or edit, which operation that I want on the create scheme. So these all create scheme I need to map to issue type screen. Where in a issue type scheme, what I will map, I will map each and every screen. Sorry, on screen scheme, what I will do, I will just map this screen scheme to issue type scheme. In a issue type screen scheme, I have a different issue types. These all issue type I need to map to schemes, screen schemes. So each issue type have his own scheme, which I need to map there, and this issue type screen scheme I will map to my project. There all this information will be mapped. So same like a workflow, this I will explain when we will use screen for the workflow. So we have a transition screen. So we have a four types of screen that I have already explained. I think when we were working for the workflows, there I have seen that screens we have a four type: create screen, view screen, edit screen. Okay, and four type is a transition screen. Create, edit, view we will create here, associate to issue type to project. Transition screen we need to add on the workflow, just to if we are expecting some values from the particular user on that transition. Okay, okay, so there are three types of screen that I have created there: create screen, edit screen, view screen. Okay, so screens are something that user need, that information that we want from the users, that we need to get the different information. And why we have three types of screens? Because if we have a, we want a fields around 30 to 40 fields in that Jira, in that project, and we are expecting users to fill all these fields, and maybe he is having some information while creating issue, and some information he will add after once that issue is created, and once he started working on that time he gets some information. Okay, like for the developers, if developers need to send for the UAT or to QA team, and that time maybe he need to just send some information to QA. So some fields he will fill on later. That's the reason that we have edit screen, which need to be placed on the edit screen. And view is the combination of create and edit. Okay, and this is how like issue type scheme is working. Once I have created issue type scheme, I have created one for bug, one I have created for the story. So now these both I am going to place on issue type scheme, and that issue type scheme I will just attach to Jira project. Let's do that. I just click on issue type scheme. I need to create a issue type screen scheme. Now I have a one which is not in a use. I can use this also, or I can create. So if not any project mentioned here, that means this scheme is not used in any project. So you can reuse this. You can just change the name and you can reuse this, or just delete this and create a new one. Training project issue type screen scheme. Okay, which one I want as a default? I want as a bug as a default scheme. I have created which one? I have training bug and training default. So training default scheme I want as a default scheme. Just now I have created this. Now click on the configuration. Okay. So whatever default will be available for all the issue types. So you need to select here issue type. Now what I have created a different scheme for bug. I will just select a bug here, and I will just select a scheme for my bug, and I will just add here. Okay. Now you see I have a different for default. I have a different for bug. So now the fields that I have put it on my screen, that will be different for the bug, and whatever that I have under default, that will be different for all the other issue types. So same like you have all the list of the issue types which is used in the Jira, you just go ahead and select your issue and just provide a scheme which you have created, and then done. So this is the issue type screen scheme that I have created, and then I need to associate this to project. So one, I can just associate from the project. Just go to the project, same like that action button that we did for others. Screen issue type, default issue type scheme is the currently scheme used. This is used same screen for edit, view and create. Now I am going to use this. I can edit if I have a just single screen. I can just add it, just add this screen, edit this and add a screen in the same issue type, or I can just use as a different issue type. Okay. Now you see I have this for all these three issue types. I have a different for stories. I have one that is used on all for the stories, and for bug I have a different screen. So to create screens, we can just go to the settings and then issues. So all knows that we can create a custom fields. Whatever the custom fields we required, we need to create here, and then only we can just add that on our screens. So you guys need to create fields here and then go to screens. Okay, here we can just click on add screen. Let's say the testing screen, or you can say that for testing screen, testing project create screen. You always need to specify that if you are creating for the create or view or edit. Okay, because if you are using all three different screen for your scheme, then you need to create a three different. No, I have created a test project create screen. Then just to add a fields, we need to go to the config. Three dots, click on the config. Here we can add a fields whatever that we want. Summary, description, environment, and assignee, reporter. Okay, so these are the fields. These are auto save. So there is not any save button. So don't think that you need to save somewhere. These are all auto saved. Once you have created screen, what you need to do next? Yes, we need to create a screen scheme. Test project screen scheme. We need to select which one is a default one. Testing project create screen. I have mentioned for default. Don't know what happened. I'm just refreshing my page and then trying one more time. Yeah. Now this got created. Testing project create screen scheme. Now I need to click on the config. Here I get a default one, which one will that I have saved. Default means if I will not add any other screen, then this is only one screen will be used for create, view, and edit. So if I have a different 3 screens that I can create and I can add from here. Like for create screen, I can just use training project bug create screen. I can say that. Okay. For view screen, if I required for edit, I can say that bug edit screen. Okay, so like this, we need to create a 3 different screens and add here. Okay. Once screen scheme is created, now the screen scheme is created. Now the screen scheme we need to associate with the issue type screen here. So let me go to issue type screen. Suppose this is a issue type screen is used for my training project. Now I want to add it same. I will just click on the config. In the config, I have seen that for bug, I am using this screen scheme. Okay, but for the bug, I need a different. What I will do, I will just click on edit, and I will select a different one which I have created and update. Or I can add here, click on the issue type here, which issue type I want to add. I want to add for the task, and I can select this. I want to add for the task. This is already there. Maybe this one I want to do it for the task. I will click on the add. Then this is added for the task. Okay. This is clear for everyone. Somehow I am seeing that this energy is lost now. Okay, so once screens are created, let's move to next topic if no one is having any doubt. Create a field, then that field need to be placed on screen. Then screen will be mapped with the screen scheme. Here we need to create, view, and edit. 3 types of screens where we can create. And this need to be mapped with the create screen scheme. Then screen scheme need to be mapped with the issue type screen scheme. Okay, and issue type screen scheme will map to project. So this is the hierarchy for screens. Okay, now let's do it for the workflow. This is also missing. So now what we will do, we will create transition screen. We have a 4 type of screen: create screen, view screen, edit screen, and one is a transition screen. So this part is done. Now we are going to create a transition screen. Suppose while changing the transition in between, you need some information from the user. Let's do it for transition screen. So to create screen, that's the same process. We need to create a transition screen. Suppose, okay, let's take a workflow. Which workflow we have? With the scheme, let me first check. Okay, we have this one is active. Okay, what I am going to do, I am just adding new workflow where I can just show that training project workflow. I want this for stories. Finish. Okay, so open diagram. Okay, I have a transition from to do to open. So suppose you got a ticket in a to do state. There maybe the minimal information has already filled on the create screen. But from to do to open, maybe you required a component to be the mandatory field, or maybe assignee that assignee as a mandatory field. So that ticket should not be the unassigned ticket when you are changing from to do to open state. Or not for the mandatory means that information you required. Sorry, mandatory will do later. From to do to open, we required information component and assignee. These 2 fields we don't want person to give the information on the create scheme, because maybe while creating a issue, he don't know, as a reporter, he don't know what are the component and to whom he need to assign this ticket. Okay, so how we will do that? I have just created one screen. First, let me go to the screen. I have created transition screen. Now let's add a field. I want a component field and I want a assignee field. These are the 2 requirements that I have. Assignee field. Okay. Now that is ready. Now just go to the workflow. What was the workflow name? Training project workflow. Training project workflow. Let's edit this workflow. Now we're going to from to do to open. This is the transition, right? No, this is back to do. I think I have given the wrong name. This is back to do. This is okay. I want a screen while going from to do to open state. There I need a information component and assignee. How we can do that? We need to add a screen here. So this is a screen option that I think on that day when I was explaining this workflow, someone has asked what is this screen option. So here we can add all the screens, whatever that information we required. We need to add that fields on the screen, and the screen we need to add here. So I have created this testing transition screen. I am adding here. Got save. Now I need to publish my draft. I know what changes I did, so I don't want to copy. Now done. Let's go back to project. So I did the changes for story. So now let's create one story. Testing transition screen on story. Okay, this ticket is in a backlog in progress. Okay, what is the workflow here? Oh, sorry, I didn't publish this. That's the reason the changes is not affected there. So this is a mistake that we do sometime. I want everything in the open state. Only done, I want in a closed state. I want this in progress state. So whenever that we do changes, we need to publish. I missed that publish. That's the reason that is not created there. Now go back to project and issues. Okay, I have created this. Okay, this is already. Let's go back first to do. Okay, so what I have mentioned while changing transition from to do to open, let's add a screen. See, I got a different screen here where I can just get the information. So comment is a mandatory field. This anyway, this will come here. If you want only comment here, then just remove these two. Now just create a screen and nothing add there. Comment will come automatically. So here we can also make as a mandatory component. So we can, but some plugins are required because on the transition, if we do it with the field configuration, then on the workflow, but on the workflow with the validation, we can do this mandatory. I will show that how we can do that. So here we can just expect that from people that just provide some information, then only change transition. Otherwise, transition change is not required. So while moving to do, we have captured some information. So like this, we can remove these two fields from create. We can ask them to fill only here.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides PG certification in business analysis and product management by ENICT Academy MNIT Jaipur. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
How we can also say that you want a comment mandatory on every changing the transition. So we can put as a comment as a mandatory field, and on the transition, we can add as a one screen. So there, whenever user will change transition, he need to forcefully put a comment that why he is changing transition. If his work is completed or without completion, he's just changing the transition. That also that we can just forcefully ask them to put a one-line description what he did before changing the transition. Okay. And sometimes we also use this field just to capture the resolution. When we say that this ticket is resolved, that time there should be the resolution for that field. If this is fixed, or this was duplicate, or this was not fixed, so something won't fix anything. So we can just add one screen here. Let's create one more screen and do that. We can say the resolution screen. So that same screen, yes. Not okay. There's already a resolve screen default created. Here resolution, fixed version, assignee, log work, and this field. Okay. Let's okay. If we don't want a fixed version, then We just want a log work is done. We just want a resolution. Now let's go back to workflow. Edit workflow. Just click on in progress to resolve. Let's click on edit and add here. Resolve issue screen. Click on save. Then publish. I don't want a copy. Saved. Okay. Yeah. Screen name, guys, create as a common screen name means just now that I have created a common resolve screen. So resolve screen, this I can use on the multiple workflows. No need of creating screen 10 screen for 10 workflows. Screen name would be the same one. Only the transition you need to add manually one by one. Okay, so now let's go to in progress. From in progress, this is resolved. What is the resolution for that? Done. And click on resolved. Okay, so like this we can use these screens because resolution value anyway we will get in the last only. So no need of put that in edit screen because sometimes edit screen we forgot to add that, right? So component edit here. These are the fields. Where is the resolution field? Resolution is added here. This is the resolution field and assignee is here. And if I want to add a comment, let me take a different ticket. Okay, go back to do from to open, add a component, list of operating system, assign to me. This is a test comment. This will be added as the same like we do update fields and added there. See, so this is just the regular fields only. It's not add component. Click on to do. There is a error. Field component is required. Okay, so like this we can add a validator there. If they will not mention component, they will not be able to change the transition. They can click on the multiple times. They will not be able to change the transition. Okay, so like this we have a conditions also, but only the one drawback I can say that while adding this mandatory field from workflow will not get the star mark here, that mandatory star mark asterisk mark that we have like this. So there we will not get that. Comes with the plugins, paid plugins. Fine. Okay, take it seriously, guys. That project I want at the end as a prototype that you guys can just try out. If you will not do practicing these Jira things, now you will forget because some I know that there are some complexity when you start working on this. You have already seen with the screens, you got the complexity because at the end these all need to be associated with the project as with the schemes. So just understand one thing only. You need to just create issue type and then issue type scheme, and scheme will be with the project. Workflow scheme need to be associated with the project. Screen scheme, issue type screen scheme. Then issue type screen scheme will be associated with the project. Like this, we have a field configuration and field configuration scheme. Custom field, I have already showed that how we can create a custom field. Okay, then let's go ahead to the next topic, field configuration. So here, if you see that we have created a field, we have placed our fields on the screen. Now screens are ready, workflows are ready. Now what we need to just manage behavior of our field. Okay, so how our fields rendering, we can hide a field, we can make a mandatory fields. These all we can do it with a field configuration. Field configuration also we can have a one field configuration for one issue type. That also we can do that. Okay, so field configuration scheme, this is also something that Jira admins need to do. So here we can just make as a field required, we can hide field for specific transition screens. So these all that we can mention here. Okay. So maybe we have in our project, we have a 50 fields in our project that's needed information. So, but all 50 is not required for the bug. Maybe some of the fields are mandatory for the bug, but some information we not required for the stories. So these all we can hide fields from the field configuration only. Okay. So issue type can only be associated with the one field configuration within a field configuration. If we do not specify the issue type association, then issue type will automatically be associated as a default field configuration. So we need to mention for our issue type. If we will not mention, this we use as a default. Same for screens, for the issue type screen in screen schemes. If we will not specifically mention create view edit screen, then that screen will automatically use as a default screen. Same for field configuration. If we will not mention for which issue type that we are using this field configuration, then this will automatically use as a default field configuration. Okay, let's go ahead for the field configuration part. So to create field configuration, same, we need to click on the settings, click on issue, same this screen only, where we need to do all the changes for the Jira admin. Now field configuration. This is most of the organization they use this is the default configuration only. Very less organizations are using this because they for mandatory fields and other hiding structure they have a different plugins. Companies are using different plugins and this they are using as the default one only. But let's create a new one. Testing project field configuration. Okay, here what is the drawback? You will see all the field. Whatever is there in Jira, you will see all. So whatever the field that you need to perform action, you need to search for that field. Then only you will be able to see the field here. Okay. Suppose I want to put as a comments mandatory. Okay, comment I cannot mandatory for here. Okay. Comment, I think this come with the workflow. We can do that. Here that option is not there. So component mandatory, I have put it from there. That is working on the transition. But now if I want to, I don't want on the transition. I want a component is mandatory throughout our issue lifecycle. So they need to mention the component value. So from here I can put as a required, or I can say that hide, or I can just add a one line description. Here, if you add a description, that will not show in all the projects. Whatever the projects that field configuration is using, if you add a different description for the components, then you need to add this is in a description of the components for the field configuration. So suppose, okay, this is the I have description. So this description is added here in the issue type. So this is the default one. We will not touch this. This is also the default one. Okay, I have a fruits field. Let's try this only. First, what I will show that global description. So this is this description that you mostly get while creating a new field. Okay, update. Now let's see on the create screen. See, I have this description added here. Now if I go to other project, here also I can see same description. Field here. Wait. Let's select here. Test project. See, same description in the test project also it's added, and same description is added here. So this is the drawback of adding a descriptions in fields while creating a new field or in a custom field. If you just add this one line description here, because maybe that field is having a different meaning for that project, and maybe other project is this field is having a different meaning. So in this case, we need to go to the field configuration. I have created a field configuration here. Okay, so now if we see this fruits field here, this field description is already there for this field. Now let's edit field description here. I will just mention favorite fruit select from drop down. Favorite fruit select from drop down. Okay, now I have added a different description for this field configuration. So what I need to do, I need to create a field configuration scheme now. Add scheme, training project, field config scheme. Okay, let's add it. We don't want this one as a default. We want the other one as a default. If I have a different created, I can associate with the issue type from here. For which issue type I want a field configuration. Okay, let's do that. Before first we will test as a description here. Now field configuration is created. Now what we need to do, we need to associate that to our project. Then only we can see there. So to associate project, we can directly do it from the project only. Let's change from action. If anything I want to change, I will change from action. If I want to edit, I can just click on edit. If I want to use different, I can just use a different one. Training project, click on associate. Now let's see. See, this has got changed for this project. Let's see for other project. Test project. Now I have a different one for other projects. So like this, we can provide a different field config, field descriptions to the field. Any question here? Okay. Now I want to make a field required. I said that we can do this from here. So this field configuration is not a much complex. So you can just just see the names here and you can just do that. So Atlassian has designed a component to just if we want some information based on that, for that there is a one select list component. If normal select list we are using, that we cannot use for reporting structure. Suppose you have a, for example, suppose you have an application or you have IT service desk team. Okay, for IT service desk team, there is, or IT service desk mostly get all the server related information also. Maybe they have one component for the servers where all the servers related data need to be assigned to only the component lead person. Okay, then they have applications. Any issue with the application, they need to track. So if person will select application like Jira, GitHub, Bitbucket, any application issue, they just select this. This will automatically assign to component lead that who will be responsible for these applications, right? If that ticket is having issues, the logs also they required from the server team, and then they need to just look into the application side. Then they need to select to both servers and application. Okay, whoever the first component is automatically assigned to the servers. Then once server is completed, they can just send to the application team and then they can work on them. So like this, you can categorize just your tickets, nothing else, just a categorization. Okay, let's make a field mandatory. No, the mandatory field that I am going to do it now, that is only in a create screen. So if you will, yeah, if you will not put any information there, then you will not be able to create issues. Okay. Like description. Description is the most important field. So if someone is creating project without description, then that means no sense of that issue. If he will not explain his issue, we just put a summary. So if as soon as we click required, this label come here as a required. If I want to put as an optional, I just need to click on the optional. Now I have made the field mandatory as a description. See, asterisk mark came on the description. So now I cannot create any ticket without description. So this error description is required. Okay. Now next I want to hide a field. Okay, first let's see what are the fields I have. I have environment. Okay, I want to hide a labels. I don't want to see labels for stories. Okay, suppose I don't want to see labels for stories, but I want to see for bug. Whatever that I am doing, that this description is mandatory for all the issues, because I have only one for all issues. Now there is a requirement, business requirement, where I can say that I just want a label fields only for bug. I don't want it for the stories. Okay, how we can do that? Because if you both are having one option, we can do that. We can have a different screen for story and different screen for bug, and label we need to remove from that stories. That's a long process that you need to follow. You need to create a 3 different screens, and you need to keep it all other fields, and you need to remove that fields. That take a 30 minutes. But if you want to do it within a 1 minute, then just open a field configuration. Now I have created already one. I want to create a second one. That I don't want a label field or bug. Let's say that bug field configuration add. Okay, I don't want a label field. Where is the label field? This is a labels field. I want to hide. Control F, labels. Okay, this is already hidden. Now I need to add this in a field configuration. In my field configuration, I have only one. Now let's add it for issue type. Okay, I want to do it for the same field configuration. Sorry. Here I need to click on the issue type. I have created one for the bug. Now just let add for bug field configuration add. So now I have a different field configuration for bug, and I have a default for others. Now let's go to create. Story label field is there. Bug label field is not there. Okay, like this also we can use this field configuration. Yeah, so these all completing our project with the screens, workflows, and field configuration. These 3 are the most important for designing a project. Now other the things that we need to design our projects, that's a permission. Once project is ready, you need to define a permissions, who will use my project and who will not. So now the next point is permission scheme. Can I explain today the permission scheme, or it will be the heavy for everyone, or we can just do the revision for the last topics that we did last week? Q&A. How you all want? Then let's do it for permissions. So now our project is ready. We have created multiple screens, we have created workflows, and we have created field configuration for our project. Now our project is ready. The next step in our project, we need to manage our roles and permissions for our project. So what we will do with the roles and permissions, we need to describe permissions, groups, roles, and then this all we need to create as a permission scheme. Okay, we need to identify project permissions. So project permissions can be common also for one project, and this can be the shared also. Then roles can be assigned to users, and users need to work with the custom roles. So we can also create our own roles, and we also have a default roles from Atlassian that we can just reuse. So these are the things that we are going to cover with our permissions. Okay, then first is a permission terminology. So now site admin, Jira admin, project admin. Okay, Jira admin can edit project details. He can configure the basic settings. He can assign users to role, but he cannot create permission. Okay, permission we need to create as a Jira admin. Jira admin can do. They just do changes the project settings, and they can just configure scheme there. Now we have a Jira permissions. So in the Jira permissions, we have a two types of permission. Okay, leave that permissions that we have a global project admin and all. So now come to the Jira permissions. So Jira in a Jira, we have one is a global permission and one is a project type admissions. Global permissions where we have a capability just to perform changes in the full Jira instances. Project permissions that in the one line we have a capability just to work in a specific project. Okay, and all the permissions are managed by only Jira admin only. That's called a Jira permission. So he only can create a global permissions. He only can create a project permissions. Not a project admin. People can create a permissions. Then we have a Jira groups. In Jira groups, what we do, we just create a groups and add people in the Jira groups. These are the global entity in the Jira. So we can add in a project also just to categorize our users there. That if we want a developers in a different groups, testers in a different groups, and there we want a categorization. These all we can do that. Okay, these are created by the site administrators only. So I have seen that in the cloud, most of the people, how the projects are running, that we can just directly create a role and project admins adding their members directly in a role. So that also that we can do that because that's the easiest way. Like project admins can also add directly users in the roles. But how if we want to categorize everything, we need to first add users in a group, and then group we need to associate there in a project permissions. Okay, or group need to associate with the roles, and roles need to associate with the project permissions. So this is the hierarchy actually. Roles, groups, and the user. User need to edit in a group, and group need to edit in a roles. Like this we need to define in a Jira. Then roles. Roles, we can directly add a users also in the roles, or we cannot directly add a groups also in the roles. Okay, so there are some default roles, like we have project admin roles, project lead. These all some roles also by default available there. Project permissions are also there, which are associated with the roles. So project administrators can assign users to roles. So this I said that project admins can directly add users to the roles in their project people session. So no need to be managed by the Jira admin if we don't want to give this task to our Jira admins. If we are using only the Jira directory, Jira internal directory, we don't have any third-party active directory integrated with our application, then we can just manage these things directly in our application by the help of the project admins. So for permission schemes, we need to map with the roles, okay, or users. We will not go directly add groups on our permission scheme. No, or users or roles. So users also not required. We will only do it by suggestion by Atlassian. We will only do it with the roles. But we have an option to add groups also, add users also directly there. So these are the three sample permissions that I have defined here. Okay, browse permission. Here we can just mention this is the default role that we have. Any logged in user. If we mention any logged in users, that means browse project is whatever that whoever that log into our application, he will be able to see the project. So maybe so in some case we don't want to show that that particular project to all the users. That means we need to define a different permission, and we need to define a different group here or different role here, so that for our project only this particular role, only this set of people will be able to see my project, not others. So this will help you guys to manage the hierarchy, to just manage our projects with the like other team members cannot see my data, and based on the clients, other clients cannot see the data of one project, and one project cannot open all the tickets to all the clients. Then manage sprint. Who will manage my sprint? Who can create sprint and start sprint and end sprints? So these all we need to manage here in administrators project role and the Scrum master. These are the two roles. If I mention administrators, all administrators will get access. If I create a Scrum master as a different role, here I can define as a Scrum master, because this is Scrum Master do only this activity. So no need of all the, he need to add it in a different role. He just need to add in a manage sprint. Edit issues. If I mention any logging user, same others can also be able to edit my issues. I just need to define here one role. Any logged in uses is application role. I don't want to use any application role in my project, because if I use my application role, that means my project will be visible to all the clients. I don't want to show to all the clients. So these all need to be managed by permissions only. Okay. Next topic, Jira permission. So there are three types of permission: global permission, project permission, issue security permission. Okay. So these are all the three types of level of permission that we need to define here. So maybe these all need to be managed by the project. So this project cannot see this project data. This project cannot see this project data. So these all need to be work as a single entity. So like this, we need to define. Issue security scheme is mostly used for the issues. Like if we don't want developers to see the QA tickets, and we don't want QA to see the developer tickets, so that we can define in a issue security permission scheme. Then some example that I have mentioned here. Browse project. Browse project is only relevant to projects. Here only people can see our project. That's it. They can just see issues, view issues. That's it. They cannot do any other action, or search option will be enabled for them just to see our project. That's it. Transition issue only gives the permission to change the transition. Okay, if user is not part of the transition permission, he will not be able to change transition. Then schedule issues. So edit issue with the due dates. This is only possible with the scheduled issues. So if user is not part of this, then he will not be able to add a due date in a issues. Manage sprint. Who will start and stop sprint? Okay, this is with the manage sprint. Assign issues. With this permission only, we can assign issues to the different users. Move issues. Move issues from one project to other project, or change issue type. Like bug, I want to convert as a story. That is possible with the move issues only. Okay, these are the some automatically roles which are created in a Jira project. As you see that there is a project administrator, okay, project lead, default assignee, and board administrator. Whoever create a board, he will automatically the board administrator. This is automatically assigned one person there. Default assignee. As soon as we mention default assignee, if tickets are unassigned or the project lead, it will automatically go to the default assignee. But to the this we can just do it in a project details. There we have a if tickets are unassigned or default assignee, then we can just mention there.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides PG certification in business analysis and product management by ENICT Academy MNIT Jaipur. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now let's continue with the session.
And then we have a project lead also. Project lead, where just we need to mention their name. This is already defined role there in a Jira, where we called as a project lead. Then project administrator. This is with the basic configuration that I have mentioned, that he can add a fields. He can just add a field to the screen. He cannot create a fields. Okay, he can do his own workflow modification, nothing else. Then default role, project administrators. How we can add people to the project administrator? So in a people session, just we can just search for the role administrator. So this is the default role created in our application. So we are not creating this manually. This is the automatic created. So we need to, if we add our the project admin or project any person to this role, he will act as a project administrator. Okay, he can assign project members to the role. He can assign project members to the role. If he want to add someone with a different role, he will just for the role and add that person. Okay, he can also do the this project details. He can also edit project details where that I have shown their project name and keys and all. He can do that. Okay, and he can also create a board there and to do some modification in the board. Okay, so this is all we need to mention in a permission scheme. Then project lead, same we need to like for that we need to provide the administrator. Here same we can just define it as a project lead. While creating new project, that time also we have an option to add a project lead who will be the lead of our project. Then if we don't add there, then we need to do this in edit in the people session, where we can mention, or we can also mention that default assignee, that if tickets are unassigned, then they should be automatically assigned to the project lead. So this is all information that we can provide in our project. Default assign is same, that we need to mention there in the previous slide that there I have mentioned that with the project role we can also mention a default assignee. So here we whatever the unassigned tickets are there, which will be automatically assigned to the our project lead. Board administrator. As soon as we create board, we do there is a, if we go to the config, there is a option to mention board to just define who are the board administrators. Only board administrators can do the changes in the board settings. So there we need to define as a, we need to add people. Whoever create a board, he will be automatically the admin. Else, if you want to share that the administrative activity to the other people, we need to add person in a board. I will show this all. Then mapping to the teams to the roles. Okay. So to understand all this, how this is working, what we need to do, we need to just create a roles, and that roles we need to map with the users or with the groups. We can all create a group and add users in a group, and that group will be associated with the roles, or we can directly add a members to our project. Okay. So here some teams may have a strict hierarchy, and only few individuals should be the project and the board members. So here some of the teams they do have a strict hierarchy, how they manage, because that's a client specific project. They don't want other multiple people to be just do the changes there, because if they do some they update some wrong information there, that will be shown to the other client if they will not manage permissions there. Some people may work best when all the members have full control. So some projects where we do give this permissions to all the members. All the members can do update tickets, they can do edit ticket, can do change the transition. So like mostly Scrum Master no need of edit ticket permission. So some companies they never give edit permission to Scrum Master. Project lead, maybe project lead not to he need not to create a new issues. He is just monitoring project. So he not required information. He not required a permission to create issues. He can just comment issues or view issues. That's it. This is the only information that he is permission he required. So we will manage like that only based on the person's work, that how he is going to work. Team lead may be the administrator of one project. So team lead mostly is the person that who knows that what the users need to be updated in the developer interval. So this all information will be given by the team lead. So team lead maybe can act as administrator, and he can discuss with the project Jira admin that what are the changes that he need to do that. Okay. So we need to define here the roles. Anyway, this all will give the clear picture when we will create some of the roles. So as I said that we can create our custom roles. We can that Jira is having some roles: project lead, default, board admin, the default assignee. These all the defined by Atlassian, but these are not the specific. Mostly we need to create our own rules for to specify the requirement. So for the Jira admins, he will create permissions to associate custom roles in the permission scheme. Then permission scheme need to be associated with the project. So these are the activity Jira admin need to do. Once Jira admin assign this to project, then project administrator need to be assigned the team members there. If we are not using the group hierarchy, then project administrators will directly assign members to the custom roles, and he there that he already knows the role information, and he can only all the restrictions are already defined in the project permissions there. So he just need to be assigned users to the particular role. This is the activity that this project admins do. Now there is a business requirement. For a certain project, we need to select team members to be able to delete issues that are no longer relevant. What permission is required? What is the best answer for this? There's only two options. Yeah, we need to see first what Jira admin need to do. Jira admin need to create a issue manager who will manage issues, or some different role he need to create. Then what he will do, he will create a permission and add this specific role to the permission scheme. He need to add specific role to the development permission scheme. Then he will assign delete issue permission. There is a different permission that's called a delete issue permission to that role. Okay. Once that permission scheme is associated to the project,
he will get the access to delete issues. So only project administrator need to do, he will just add that user to the issue manager role. That's it. That user will get a permission. Start and stop sprint. What permission required for start and stop sprint?
Well, would it be similar to what you did before, creating a specific group that only has that permission?
Yeah, but what is that name of the permission? I have already explained in my older slides. What is the permission for Scrum?
I think it's called manage sprints.
Yes,
right?
manage sprints. So
Thanks,
in
Paul.
that same hierarchy, we need to create a role and provide their permission. Okay, project roles. To create project roles, click on settings, system, and project roles. These are the two default that you have seen, administrators, okay, which is represent as administrators for the project, and Atlassian add-on project access. This is the default role, application role, which just provide the access. Application group. Now I want to create a different roles. Let's say developer, tester, and some companies they have a issue manager who take care of the, who just see that who deleted issues and all, delete issue permission, all other permissions that will be the issue manager. If we want to go ahead, or we have a project lead. If we have a multiple leads in our project, then we need to create a different project for project lead, where we can mention different people. Okay. Okay, and if we have some clients also who are working for our project and we want to give them some special permission just to view our issues and comment on the issues, nothing else, then you can just we can just mention some name. I can say that client specific, or we can also say that customers. I think customers will look good. Okay, now I have created 4 customers, developers, project leads, and testers. Let's go to project settings and see that my project is using which permission scheme. Okay, project lead can be defined here in a project settings, and all unassigned can be mentioned here, project lead. So this all whenever we created a new request, and if we will not mention assignee, this will automatically assign to project lead. Let's go to permission. So now if you see that we have administrative permissions, this gives the functionality, or this gives the option to us, as I said, that project managers can do modify workflow. They can add users there. So for that, this permission is required. If they have administrative permissions, then only they can modify workflow and add some fields to the screens. Without this, they cannot do that. Browse project is this is required to access project. If you don't have a browse project, then you will not be able to see this project here listed in view all projects. Manage sprint, as I said, that this is for the sprint activities. Okay, this is a new permission came market. This I will give information tomorrow. I didn't go through this. Yeah, cloud they upgrade, when they do modification, we don't know. View development tool, this shows only if we have integrated our application with a third-party application. Okay, all the third-party applications, if we are doing some commits there, some review, build information, these all we can see only if we have a view development tools. If we don't have these permissions, then we cannot see the data. This mostly works with the Bitbucket, because that also the Atlassian tool. If we integrate that, there we see all the reviews and build information. View read only workflow. You see that we have an option to see the workflow, read only workflows. I can see view workflow. I can click on that. If I don't want this permission, I just need to remove myself from here. View read only workflow. Okay. Then we have a issue permissions, assign user permission. This is mostly used for assigning. Okay, where we change assignee. Here we assign ourselves. So okay, wait. Here this is for other people's, and this is we can assign ourselves. Okay. If we don't have this permission, we cannot assign to ourselves. With this permission, we can assign to other people. Then close issue. If we don't have this permission, then we cannot resolve issue or close issue. Create issue. If we want to create issue, this create button will be visible only. Your project will be visible only under the create button if you have this issue permission. If you don't have, you cannot create any issue. Same like delete issues, edit issues, link issues. Link issues button, I have shown this. This button only visible shows if we have a link issue permission. Otherwise, this is not visible. Okay. You want me to remove this button? Okay, I will do later. I will create a plain one because this is having some data and I don't want the data. Modify reporters. Okay. We have most of the organization, they don't want to modify reporters. Once who has reported issues, he will be the responsible person for full ticket till the close. But if we want to change the reporter later on, then that permission is required. But that is mostly organization gives to project leads. Only leads can change the reporters, not all. Move issues. If we want to move from one issue type to other issue type, or one project to other project, with this permission only we can do that. Resolve issue will give the functionality to reopen and set the fixed versions. These all come with the resolve. Schedule issue with the due date. If we want to set due date and all this with the schedule. Set issue security scheme. I said that we have a issue security scheme. If we want to use that, we need this permission. Without that, we cannot create a issue security scheme. Transition issue, just to change the transition. Then watchers. Manage watchers means who can add them in the watchers, or you can see the watchers. So okay, this is for the see to if you want to see the watchers. Okay, where is watcher field? Here watch option. So currently here is the one option. I can just click on and see the one option. But if I don't have this permission, I cannot click on that and I cannot see the other. I can just mention that whoever the watchers, I can add myself or I can add other person, but I cannot see that who all are there. Then comment permission. We can add comment, that's a different permission. Delete comment is a different permission. Delete own comment. If you want to delete your own comment. This is the mostly we use own comment. If we have written some comment and that we want to delete, we use this only. If we want to edit own issues, we use this. If we want to edit all issues and delete all issues, these permissions we mostly not give to all the users, because one user cannot edit some other person's comment, or he cannot delete some other person's comment. Okay, so these two permissions mostly we keep it with the Jira admins only, or project admins only. Same for attachments. We can create and delete attachment. Okay, and delete own attachments, not other person's attachment. If we give this option, then we can delete all the attachments that we have in our Jira. Time tracking. So delete work log, all work log. So there is a work log section. Here we can add a work log. Okay, that field is time estimation field is there. Okay, add work log field. I think not. I have not enabled here. I will show tomorrow. We can add a work log, so that will be showed here in a work log screen, where here it shows add. There is one add work log option that is not here. So we can just add work log and that work log will be shown here. I can add it and delete. So if I have this permission, then only I can edit my work log. Otherwise, if I give only this permission, work on issues, then he will only able to work, add work log. He will not be able to edit or delete on all others. Okay, these are set available hours, and these are from the tempo permission. These two from the tempo. Okay, this also I think tempo. This is also from the tempo. Work on issues also from the work log. So these are the multiple permissions we have. Any doubt for these all permissions? Okay, once roles are created, then for the developers, mostly developers are required to have a browse from project. I will define like this, because they need to see the project. That's the main thing which is required. Then developers required assign user and assign able user, close this issue, create issues, edit issues, link issues, and maybe transition issues. So these permissions are required by the developer. I will provide only these issues to the developer, or this permission to developer. Project admins are required to administrative projects sprints also, because project admins require almost all. So we will provide to the project admins. Developers, no need of any view, read or only permissions. These are manage sprint. These are not required by the developers. So like this, we need to manage what things need to be given to one, to whom one, like client. Client only need a browse project and view issue permission. So browse project only give a view issue permission. So if you add a clients only in the browse project and in a comment, then they can only see issues and just comment on the ticket. They cannot do anything. Okay. So browse projects gives data that whoever the roles are there, browse project, they will only see our project. Others cannot see. Like you have a 2 Jira in your organization. So if you want to remove 1 Jira, you need to manage with the browse permission. Who can see your projects, who cannot see your project. These all need to be managed here. Okay. Okay. For creating permissions, we need to click on the settings and issues. So here in our issues, we have an option in the last that calls as a permission scheme. Okay, so by default, default permission scheme is the default one when we install Jira. This gives us a default one, and as soon as we create a new project, that creates a one permission scheme for us. Okay, so yeah, I think with the with this standard version that we have, we cannot create a new one, but we already have permissions which we can just use as a new one. So I have a one test software permission. Plan. Okay, I didn't see that. Okay, now I have a options to create a permission. Okay, to create permissions, we have a add permission scheme option, or if we already have it created, we can just click on that and we can edit that. But we will go with the new permissions. Add permission, training, project, permission scheme. Okay, this is just giving the notification that we have a new scheme created in a Jira. So this is newly they have introduced view aggregated. So, but I don't know if they have removed anything because of this from Jira. That need to be checked. But I think they have not removed this. They have just introduced a new one, which just we can mention for the that who can have a powering inside Jira Smiths. Some of the permission that who can just do it for the issue security scheme and all. We will try this also. Okay, so these are all the default permissions that we have. We have created customer, developer, project lead, and tester. Okay, so now based on the permission, we will decide what these all people will do in my project. So suppose I have a one project. Okay, I have a two project, test project and training project. Okay, I want test people's. I don't want to test people's to see my training project. Okay, that means I want a browse project as a different permission scheme. But I said that if people are having a browse permission scheme, they can view my project. If they don't have a browse permission scheme, they cannot view my project. And administrative projects gives the project admin activities to the project managers or the project leads that who all want. So maybe if I have a project lead also, right? The roles. Okay. So these are the roles currently we have. This is the site role. So if I give this, then all the people that who have access to my application, they will get the access automatically wherever that this is used, because this is comes with the default automatically when we create a project. So we will not use the default one because we don't want other clients to see our project. Now I have one more customer, developer, project lead, and tester. So project admin, this administrative projects that I want to give only to the project leads. I can provide to the project. I can the permissions I can define based on the roles, based on the application access, and based on the groups. Or service project portal. This is for the service desk. Reporters, that whoever the reporter of the ticket is having access. Or I need to select here. Yeah. And single user. Who will be the single user that need access? If I select project lead, then whoever will be the project lead, he will get the access. Front assignee, who will be the assignee for the ticket. User for the custom field value. If we are using for any custom field like approvals, for approval custom field, there will be the one person who is the approval. So if we want to give to that particular person or not, or group custom fields. If we have any custom field created and where multiple groups or drop down values, and we can select a particular group and that group get a permission to define this. So these all are, trust me, not in a use. No one is using these all in an organization. Okay, because these all are doesn't make sense. You cannot give a permission to the single user, because if you are starting adding single users, then there will be the long list on the permission scheme, which you will not be able to manage. Project lead, always that you also need a backup also. You cannot give only to one person as a project lead. You need to define as a backup also. If he went if he is busy in some other task or he is on leave, then who will take care? So that's the reason we need a different role as a project lead instead of giving the single person. Current assignee, this doesn't make sense. Only assignee is having some permission. User custom field, you will not go with the custom field value saying that this is a user and he get the full permission in the project. No. And same for the group. So only the mostly that we use, that's a project role, application access group. Single users only sometime if we have a one person from the client and we don't have a nothing else from the client side, only one person who need a view access, maybe we can go ahead with the single users. That's a very rare case, but most of the time you use project role, application access group. Application access only use that time when your project is open to all. Okay, if you have like maybe the IT project, you want others to create a ticket in your project, then in that case you can go with the survey, this application access for the survey test projects. Then there is a global permission. Global permissions here, mostly you see that Jira admin, but Jira admin is a group, but that group is associated here. That's the reason all the Jira admin people gets the access to the Jira admin. So this is something that Atlassian has already defined as administrator Jira. In case in future, if your organization decide that we don't want to call it as a Jira admin, we need a different group for this. So in that case, you need to delete Jira admin group from here and add a new group. That person with that group will automatically get a Jira admin access. Okay, so this is something that need to be defined here. How you can change a group. Then who can do the browse users and groups? Site admins or any Jira software user, any Jira admin, any system admin. So these all are defined here. So whatever the global permissions are there, which we need for administrating or for normal, that whatever that I was saying, that these are the three roles: project administrators, Jira administrators, system administrators, or site admin, or a team player. So these all are defined here. What all the groups are going to be work in a Jira. Tempo planner, if you don't want to your admins to do the tempo planner, you want a different group for the tempo planner, so add that different group, remove other. So that also that we can do that. So tempo team administrators who will be the admins for the tempo, that also we can define here. Okay, project roles. Now we have a 5 project roles that I am going to be associated with the permissions. To go to permissions, I need to click on the settings, issues, permission scheme, training project permission scheme. This is the permission scheme we have created. Okay, so now I want to give browse project permission only to all the administrators. That means all the Jira admins can see at least, because admin role is already required to be added because we need all the Jira admins to do monitoring. If we remove admin also, then Jira admin will also not be able to do the changes in your project. Okay, and then I want admins also can do the project administrators activity. Okay, project role administrators. Okay, I want others also to see my project. There's a reason I need to add all others also here in a browse project. Developer. Okay, so suppose I want all these 5 groups to see my project, so or 5 roles. So only these 5 roles will be having access to my project. Then I want only project managers to start and stop sprint, project leads, and Jira and admins maybe. I want only these 2 roles to do start and stop sprints. I don't want anyone to see this aggregated data. This is just aggregating from the other projects and summarizing full data. So I don't want to give this also information. Development tools is associated. If my Jira is integrated with the different applications, so then only we can see these issues. So currently is not associated, so I don't want to give this permission. Then we have a view read-only workflow. Who can see the read-only workflow? In my case, I want only the administrators or project leads to see the view-only workflow. I don't want my all the users to see the workflow for that particular issues or for the Jira. Then assignable user permission. To whom we can assign user. Okay. So or we can assign myself to the ticket or not. So this also we need to decide in our project. Can we assign, can we want the users to assign tickets as well? But for the Kanban, anyway, this is required because on the Kanban automatically tickets comes in a backlog, and their users need to take that in their bucket and they need to start working on that. So anyway, this is required. But assign issues mostly is required, or most of the company what they do, they ask Scrum Master or the project managers or the project lead, team lead to manage all the assignees. See, if they can assign tickets to the persons cannot not all the people just start assigning tickets to the other people in the project. Okay, let's say that administrators, project leads, information, assignable users, I want admin. I want all. I want everyone that not a customer. Customer will not work here. A developer. So these all decision will be taken care by the project lead. That who will just to whom that we are going to assign a tickets, who can assign tickets to the other person. These all information, that information Jira admin need to ask to the project admins that how like they want us to proceed with the project, and how they project manager want to design this permission. Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides PG certification in business analysis and product management by ENICT Academy MNIT Jaipur. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
If you for admin also, if admin group is a part of this, then only that admins can do that. See, these are all just the roles, because we are not adding users in the roles, right? To add users in the roles, you need to go to, once our permission scheme is ready, we need to come here, project settings and people. Okay, so here you need to add, like here I can type a name also, group also, or email address also. So suppose I want all the Jira admins to work as the administrators in my project. Then only all the Jira admins will get admin access to the project. Otherwise, they will not get. If you added admin group also, they will not get access. They will get the access only when you add that role is associated with that group, like a person also, or same like a client also. You can do it. So now here is the 2 types of method that we can follow. We can add a single users. Either we can do it for the group basis. This I did for the group basis. So for the group basis, you need to depend on the Jira admin or any other person that who have access for the user management. Okay, that's mostly a Jira admin only. Okay, but project admins, project leads, they can add directly single users here. Now close issue permission. Close issue permission, we go study. So these are like, I am just deciding. So in the organization also, you need to decide that as a project admin, that to whom that you want to give as a close issues. Because always give a resolve permissions to everyone. Close permissions only with the person who will just say that okay, this request is satisfied. Now he will just move to close. He will just sit one day and close all the tickets. Create issue required to everyone. Delete is required to everyone. No, not everyone. Sorry, only project lead. Edit is required to everyone who is, or maybe that you can say that if one ticket is created, only the certain group will edit issues. Not all the persons will edit issues. That also you can define here. Okay, same like for others. Now here I was adding one by one, right? Now if you know what are the permissions you need to add, you can add a multiple also. I can edit issue. I want the link issue permission also to be given. I want move permission also to be given. I want to modify reporter, transition issues. Now comes to comment. I want to give add comment and edit on comment. Attachment. I want to give create attachment and edit on attachment. Okay, remove on attachment. Edit on attachment. So like this, I can decide to whom I want to give a role. I can just select a role and it will automatically update it. So this is just we can do it with a one shot. Now let's edit. So here I just did for the roles. Now if you want to do it with application access, that's a any logged in user or Jira software. Always if you go with any logged in user, then all the users will have access. So no restriction in your project group. Now suppose I have a Jira admin group. I want only Jira administrators, or I can create a different groups also, and I can do it with a group. But to assign groups in the permission scheme, because every groups are having some members, like Jira admin, there are multiple members are associated with the groups. Now if you have a groups associated here, sorry, I just close it. If you have a groups associated here, suppose I say that all the Jira admins are having access, then whoever the member of this access, they will have a permission this. Now if I want to reuse this permission scheme, I cannot reuse because there are already a member associated with the group. If I reuse this permission scheme for the other project, then this member will automatically get access to that project. So if I do it with the roles, and roles I will associate here. Now I have a roles like this one Jira administrator roles I have associated with the Jira administrators. So only this group is having associated to this role. Now that permission scheme I can reuse there. Not all the admins will get. In that project, if I associate different groups to administrators, that group will get access. Not Jira admin will get all the project access. Okay. So same thing, same like that, I can create a group for the customers. I can create a different groups here. Okay. So create group. Maybe I want a different group for the customers. Only customer. Add member to next step, or I can just create and add later on. Or we can add member from here. Now once that is created, click on this three dot, add user to group. Which group you want to add? I have created customer group now. I want to add customer group. I'm added in a customer group. So like this, I can do that. Now that group I have created, I want to associate here. I can just search for the customer and associate it to the customer role. Now I have a customer as a group, okay, and customers as a role. Now this group is associated with this role. So where if I use my permission scheme, no impact, nothing impact, only the member of this they will get. So all the associations will be in this screen. On the Jira data center, this is called users and roles. On the cloud, this is called as a people. So don't get confused, both are the same. If you compare with the Jira data center and the Jira cloud, so you every association will be work here only. Okay, and if you want to just filter out, you can just select for the roles, and you can just filter out here if you have multiple. So you can add a single users also if your organization is a smaller organization, your project is having only 10 members, you don't want to work with the different groups in the organization, you want to stick with the roles, and you want the association directly user with the roles, then yeah, you can do it. But if organization is a larger, you have 500 plus projects and 5,000 plus licenses or 1,000+ licenses also, then you need to manage with the groups only, because at the end, if you have 1,000 members, you will not be able to manage single people here. And if you have 200 people associated here, there will be the longer pagination here in below. You need to go to one by one and check whoever the part of this. And filtering also, you need to always filter based on the assignee, a reporter, or a username. You cannot filter out based on the groups here. Okay, so there are like, if you have a dedicated person who can manage with the groups, then go ahead with the groups. If you don't have, you want to manage a project admin only, you want them to manage people manager, they can do it like this only. Okay, there is not any reason at the end if I want to see. Okay, now I have a group that is associated with the administrator. But if you do it with the roles, if I have 5 members, then 5 members you need to associate it with the administrator. So now if I want to see all the 5 members, I need to filter out, and I can see here. But in this filter, you cannot do the filterization based on the group, because you don't have a group. So like at the end, if you have some of the filterizing system, or you want to see the data, you are a part of the multiple project and you want to see with this filterization, you will see only the data of this project. But maybe that particular group is associated with the multiple projects. Okay, maybe based on the permission scheme you have. But grouping is always the easy one. You just ask that I want this group data, you will get with that group data, and that is the easily managed in the AD. Here we have not integrated AD, and the cloud AD is the options is not required because they have an integrated AD. But in the mostly, then when we are managing with in the organizations, we need to go ahead with the group system only, because roles are not associated with any users. They are just a single entity which you can create in a permissions. Okay, and the association, you need to do it here. You want to do it based on the group, you want to do it based on the user, that you need to decide how you want to manage in your organization. There is not any differences if you have 100, 200 license or till 1,000 license. I can see that you will not face the issue, but in the larger, bigger instance, you will face issue. You will face the issue in the grouping at the end, on the AD side also. Roles, I cannot say application level. Roles are always based on that how you want to limit it to that. Why we create roles? Because we can reuse this permission scheme. Now this permission scheme, if I assign to the test project also, there is not an impact. Impact will created here when I am associating. Okay, so roles are just a global entity. Always a hierarchy: user, group, role. You can remove groups if you don't want, if you want to manage here. But if your project is having 200+ members associated with your project, or 100+, then go ahead with the grouping system. If you have a smaller team, then you can just manage here, because if you go ahead with the grouping system, you always need to depend on Jira admins. So permission scheme is clear. To assign that permission scheme to Jira, so same like that we need to perform. I will just click on my project, go to project settings, permissions. Okay, currently I have a train software permission scheme. I will just click on use different permission scheme. I will just click on the permission scheme which I want to associate, and then done association. So here, no migration. Permission scheme not required any migration. Okay. So how many schemes we have completed? Issue type scheme, workflow scheme,
Screen scheme.
issue type screen scheme, issue type screen scheme, field configuration scheme, and permission scheme. These, and one is pending with a notification scheme. So these all schemes make a one project. So to working behind the project, to plan a project, that takes a lot of time, lot of discussions. Okay, so with the work, you see that this is just a one-day work and we can deliver, but you just to make a perfect project, that takes a lot of efforts and lot of discussions behind that between the Jira admin and the project admins. Okay, how project admin or project lead want the data, and Jira admin need to understand their requirement, and their requirement we need to design here. Okay, so whatever the activity that currently team is doing with the emails, that email ping pong or Excel or any other verbally discussions or other discussions, everything we need to put in a Jira. No email, no ping pong, nothing verbal information. Yeah, because at the end, once you have completed your task and you have just given some information verbally, or you just send an email for that information, after 1 year, if that information required, you will start searching your emails. When you will first think about which month that I had the discussion, then you will start looking for the emails. But here it's just a filter. You have a ticket, you have put it a comment, whatever that you have worked on that ticket, you have a description. At the end, if after 1 year you need that information, you can just filter out. Okay, so planning also we do in the Jira. Trust me, in my previous organization, we had planned something, and that we that ticket we have closed after 3 years, because something we have planned, and after that somehow that was not approved by management in that time, that that implementation went, and after 3 years when that came in a picture, then we know that okay, we did some planning that 3 years before. Then we get everything data just with the search with the after 3 year tickets with some queries, so we get the data. So that's how that you can get everything in the Jira instead of searching for the emails and the ping pong. Okay. Okay, so now we have completed everything. Our project is ready. The basic setup of our project is ready. Now we want some of the conditioning and validation on our project, like some of the conditions that need to be followed in my project, and who can do what, and which transaction need this field need to be created, or which need to be assigned to one. These all things that come in a mind. Okay, once this is done, so this always come that how broader project manager is thinking about to automate things in the team. Okay, so these all not things, because there are multiple things that we can do it with the Jira, but this is always based on the broader thinking in the project. How much that you will think that you want to be flexibility, you want to give a flexibility, or how you want to be automate things in the teams, that your team no need to do all these activities. Okay, so now I have a workflow. Let me click on this transition. So first is a validator. Create validator. This field mandatory validator I have showed you in the previous class how this is working. Okay, let me show you one more time. Let's open. Okay, I'm already here. Let's open issues. Okay, project train and issue type. Okay, I don't know the issue type. I want a status equal to open. I have open or to do. I don't remember. Okay, I have open, and that transition is for to open. So I need a to do. I have only one in to do. Okay. Now I have a screen. Close in between the transitions. Tabs. I have a screen where I said that validator is required while moving from to do to open. Validator component field is required while moving from to do to open. Now you need to see the difference between the validator and the condition. Okay, I just want to show the validator. From to do to open, I am moving. I got this screen and I have not mentioned any value. Now if I click on the to do, I got a field. Component is required without adding the value. Okay. Now this is the validator. Now same thing if I want to do it with the condition. Okay, field required is not a condition. Okay, we'll do it different. Now I have a value field. I have a one field fruits. Where is that? Maybe it's not added in this project. That's the reason this is not showing here. Okay, let's take a other field, component. If components equal to location, then only proceed with the request or not. So this is the this field is a string field, so that's the reason is a comparison with a string, and the string always comes with the equal to only, not a greater than, less than. These all work with the number fields. So this is the condition I have added. Now I will remove this validator. Publish. Okay. Let's refresh this one. Done. See, condition says I don't have a permission to move, right? Because I don't have a component value. Okay, I have a component value, different one. Now if I change this to location, then I will get the option to change status. Okay, so you see the difference. I will not be able to change the difference, change the status. This is mapping on the screen only. If I don't have a value or I have a different value, this says that you don't have a permission. Okay, this is the condition. Condition means if condition matches, then only I will see the button here. If condition is not matches, then I will not be able to see the button. But with the validators, this is different. So you need to understand here what is the difference between a validator and condition, where you will use validator, where you will use condition. Now same thing we will do with the validator, we will not use condition. Same thing. Field has single value validator. Component. Okay, so component should have some value. Here I cannot match like that equal to that comes with a paid plugin. So with the free I have only just field has some value. I don't have other. Now here where is the field component? Okay, I don't have I have component field here, so no value with the component, but still I am able to see my link here. I will click, this will give the error. What I mentioned here. Okay, I have mentioned no, should not have more than value. I have mentioned that. I need to change this. Single value or field has been modified. Let me check what is this. Okay, this field has modified. This is like if I select one field and I just want that only this particular group will do modification for that field. Not all the people can do the modification. So if I want some information only from the client, like component only by field by project admins or the other administrators, I will just select that. Only that particular group will be able to just do the changes for that particular field. Okay, I'm not getting the same field here. That I think it's a paid plugin, which I want to show that. Previous state, this will check for the previous state, regular expression. Okay, this is for the regular expression. If you have a mostly regular expressions are required for the email type field, right? Email type field, you just want to accept some certain domains or some certain values. These are the examples here. Okay, or dollar, you want some only dollar values or only euro values to be accepted. These all can be do it with the validators. Now let's do validator for multiple value. So this validator is have a single value validator. So that field should have multiple select field component should have more than one value. Okay, but I didn't mention more than one value. Don't know why this not worked. Okay, should have more than one value. That means it should get fail for to open. Yeah, should not have more than value. Yeah, now this error came. So you see that validators was not giving us this button only. Conditions was not giving this button to change the transition. First we need to match the condition, then only we can change the transition. So there is no hint for that what it is looking. Only you need to depend on based on the error. Error also will not come because you don't have any hint here. So in these conditions, you need to decide that where you want to use a validator, where you want to use the conditions. In a free version, we have standard version that Jira that we have very limited. But if you go with the premium or you use this Jira Suitability is the best plugin there that gives us the option, multiple option with the create, create, validators and conditions and post functions. So these all options come with the you see Jira Suitability plugin. So you will see that this field, whatever that field that I have used for the condition, that is same is there for the validator also. So only the difference is condition will not give this button, validator will this give button, validator just validate after that. Now comes to the post function. Post function will validate when transition is completed. Then they do the action. Okay, this is before this status. This is on status, this is after status. Okay, so these are the 5 post functions that we have a by default created. We cannot do the any changes here. Okay, only this event we will change, but that also not required. Always use a generic event. First they do the linking of the status with the workflow. So you see that here workflow statuses are linking every time when you are changing. That is happening with that, with this only, this post function. Add comment to the issue if one is entering during the transition. When you do enter comment here and that comment is added on this particular issue which is working with this post function. Change history automatically updating here, change history, and that is also storing in a database. See, this is automatically, this is working with this post function. And then the reindex. So whenever we create issue or change transaction issue, this do always the reindexing of the database in the background. This make sure that our data is stored in a database correctly. So this is the event. This is just to fire some event. Generic event means this checks all the interconnection. Like if we have a third party application is also connected to us, and if we want to fire some triggers there. So these all listeners we need to define there. So this is created. We can create a more, but if we have a third party application where we want some data on the workflow transition changes, so there we can create our own listeners. Now these are the 5 by default. I want a other one. Now these are the I have update issue field. If I want to update any issue field value. Now suppose I have say I have a priority highest, and what I want when I move from to do to open transition, I want to put as a priority as a highest automatically. First we'll check where is a priority field. Sorry, we have a priority medium. Okay, now what I have mentioned, after changing from to do to open, this priority should change automatically to high priority. Now let's change transition to do to open. This priority value changes to high. So now you got the differences. Post function works after transitions. One transition is completed, then you want to do some changes. That time post function will do the changes. Okay, but if you want to do on screen changes, that's a condition. If you want to do if you want to validate on the click of next status button, then that you can do it with the validators. Go back to do to open. If you want to validate here, that's a validator. If you want to validate before, you don't want to show this button only for changing the transition, that's a condition. If you want to do it after this transition happened, then that's a post function. These are all the 3 we have here. So now we see that how many post functions that we have. Let me refresh because I did a publish on a different screen. So always make sure that you are publishing your draft whenever you do changes here. So assign to the current user. This is something like, okay, I am the current user. I am working in my application. I am the current user. Okay. If you are working in your application, you are the current user. Now you want that when whoever the current user is changing transition, assign ticket to him only. Okay, if he is changing transition, this is the post function for that. If you want to assign to project lead or a component lead, as I said that we can assign to directly to the component lead. That's the one functionality that we have. So this work with the post functions. Here you need to mention that if component is a location, you will just click on the assign lead developer. As soon as they click on the component, and it will automatically check who is the component lead, and it will assign to the component lead only. If you see this assign to reporter, this will automatically, when you do the transition change, this will check who is the reporter of the issue, and this will assign automatically to the reporter. You want to clear some values, some field value. Once, like, you have priority highest and you change some transition, and you know that if you change the transition, priority is not a highest at all. So you have, like, you to assigning to the other team, you just to mention that priority clear the priority value, then this will automatically clear the value. Copy value from other field to one field to other field. This is mostly from the parent to subtask. If you want to copy some value from parent to subtask, this is the one that you can use. You need to select here source, maybe the component, I can say that, and the component you want to copy to tables. Copy within the same issue, copy from parent. You need to define here. So everything is detailed. Also, they have mentioned here. If you will not understand this, you need to just see that if copy within the same issue is set, then copy value within the same issue. When subtask is not. If copy from parent set, if issue is a subtask, then if this is the case, then this you need to put on the subtask only. Okay, or it will automatically copy from the not a subtask, then no data will be copied. If same component field is available on child also, then you copy from parent to subtask, you can do that. But same field will not work with the copy within the same issue. That is always from parent to subtask. Then what are the other option we have? This is not required. This is only when your Jira is integrated with a Crucible for reviews. That's another tool from Atlassian. Then this is only for the issue security scheme if we have set. This is for the triggers. If we are using some triggers to connect to the third party, we have written some JSON format, and that URL we want to be show here, and this trigger some data. So then only we are not integrating anything with the Jira, so no use. Update issue custom field. So if we want to update any custom field value, same we did for the component, like in a condition. Now approver, you want to put an approver automatically. You just say that when they change the transition, this person or a project lead or any other person will come automatically as the approver here. Okay, so you need to mention that value here. That value will be assigned automatically, and that will work as a approver.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides PG certification in business analysis and product management by ENICT Academy MNIT Jaipur. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Okay. Now, you can add a new value also, or you can add a append also. You can also append value. If you don't want to replace that value that is already there, you want to append new value, that also you can do it with the check mark. Okay, then the last one, update issue field. This is same that if I want to update any issue field value, I want to put a assignee automatically. Okay, so from to in progress, please assign ticket to this person. Just mention his name here, and this will automatically assign to him. Or if you want to put as an unassignee, then it will be unassigned. If you put automatically, then this, I don't know that how this will take a value. But mostly this takes as a reporter or whoever did the last change. This take from the last change or a reporter. So this is confusing actually in Jira. But always use as an unassignee or assignee. That's only the two option, I think. And then that is in a used. But if you don't want a assignee, you want a resolution to be set as a automatically, as I said, that we can put as a 3 different transitions from open to close, one is open to close directly. That resolution you can put as a duplicate resolution. That means this ticket is duplicate, this is automatically closed. Or you can say that resolution is done. So these all values should be automatically updated when you will close the ticket based on the transition. Okay, so these all need to be defined there with the post function. Okay, any question here for the post functions? Okay, this is the one more plugin, skip runner plugin. That's also paid plugin, which is heavily used for the automations. If you have some conditions, you want to hide some field on the create screen. Suppose you have this create screen, based on some component, you want to fill some values, or based on some conditions, based on some condition you want to show some values here only. Or if someone select a location as a component, then only show the country field they need to fill. If they are not mentioned, so if they mention operating system, then show one drop down where all the operating system is listed, CentOS and all these things. So this type of automations we can do it with the skip runner. You can write some custom listeners also. You can change the UI also of your application with the skip runner. You can enhance the UI also. So this much that automation that we have with this plugin. So this is, if you see that 29,000 instances are using in the cloud, and the same figure is there for the data center also. Okay, and this is also like a high in a price now. This is very high in a price, because this is a must plugin for every Jira, every organization who take care for the automations. So this is all about the automations, that how you want to do it. For the validators, if you see that we have a date compare, like for due date, if you want to compare some due date or due date and the created date you want to compare, and based on that only you want to decide to change the transition. If they have already crossed the due date, then they will face, you will show some trigger there. So these all that we can do it with the here. Then by adding to date window, means this is mostly for the holiday project. I'm going on the leave should not be like I can only put a leave for the next day, not for the before day. Like today is the 25th, I cannot mention the 24th as a leave, because that day is already gone. So this type of validations that I can put it here. Field required, I have already shown you whatever that field that we can put it as a required field. Field has been modified or not. So this will check that field has been modified or not. Okay, so while you have a field, say component, and the group is customers. Okay, then if you click on add, see the line description what's said there. Component should be modified during the transition. If this field is not modified during transition by this group, customer group, then this validator will not allow us to change the transition. So this also that we can do it with the validator here. Field has single value, so multi-select field or should have some single value. So like this we can define here. Parent issue value, parent status value validator. So this check that in the subtask what is the status of our parent, then only select a subtask to be closed. Okay, so this selector, some you just mention that this is in progress state. This will check that on the, this is mostly for the subtask. Parent issue of the current issue must be in progress state, then only I can close my subtask. Like this I can put this types of the conditions there. Otherwise I cannot close the subtask if my parent is not in progress state. So like this, because in some case where we close our parent but subtasks are open, that shouldn't the case, because if your subtasks are open that is associated with the parent, that means your parent cannot be closed, because your parent is dependent on the subtask. So here if your parent is in progress, say you can say that you or some other conditions that we can mention that based on that, if parent is in open, then each subtask should be closed. Like this we can mention there. Okay, so this is for the previous state. Permission, this will check for the user is having permission or not. So if user is a part of any like or assign issue permission, then only he can change transition. So like this we can define here. Okay, regular expression mostly for the emails. Then user permission, if user is part of that, then only we can do that. We need to mention username and mention which this is permission. If that is true, then only allow. If this is false, then don't allow. We can just mention all the options that we have. So based on our requirement, these all are like, you cannot put one and it will automatically apply on all the transitions. No, you need to apply on all the transitions. So see, these all are the transition basis. So if you want to apply same thing on all the transitions, you need to do it manually. It will not do it automatically. Okay. Okay, then this is about the workflow, validation, conditions, and post function. So try these all validation and post functions in your project so that you will get some idea. Otherwise, you guys will forget. Trust me, whatever that training is completed. Okay. If you will not do practice after 1 week, you all will forget all those things. All the terminology also, whatever that I have explained, you guys will forget. Okay, then we have, let me show that how we can install plugins. Anyway, that is only the Jira admin work, purely Jira admin side and based on the approval side. If your management allows, then only you can do. So how, what you need to do, click on the settings, click on the apps. Here you have a find new app and manage app request, promotion, or potential. Okay, this is auth connection just to connect with the third-party application. If you want to create a auth connection between third-party application, or you have developed something and you want to create auth connection between these two application, and you have some web application developed, you can just create a connection and do that. Promotions, no, nothing else. If you have a promotional code, same like you use on the website. If you have a promotional code, just apply and you get some free feature in application. App request. So this app request concept, when this came, that I was also part of the testing when Atlassian decided this. Okay, so how they have decided, mostly in the organization, multiple Jira admins are there. So multiple project admins are there. Jira admins maybe 4 to 5, but multiple project admins are there. One project admin will say that I want this plugin. Other project admin say that I want this plugin. Same I said that if you want to implement test management in a Jira, you have a Zypher, you have a test management plugin, you have an X-ray plugin. There are multiple vendors who develop the same plugins. One project manager may be like that, other project manager may be like the other one. So what you need to do here, they will just create a request here. Okay, so that we can create from the project, I will show later. So whatever the request they will create, that request all comes here. Okay, where the request, cost, status, everything will be updated here. Then what project manager will do, project manager will check all the plugins that they have, then they will share with the management. Okay, these are the cost we have and these all shared by that team, and this budget need to be allocated from that particular team. So for this, they have created this screen. Manage app. Here you see what all the plugins are already installed in your application. Okay, so this gives a option from manage apps. Okay, I have one configuration manager for Jira. This I have installed yesterday. Okay, this is a new plugin is coming in a market. This is still not there in a testing phase. So I'm just a part of this testing this from the AppFire vendor. So what they are developing one plugin which will help us to migrate data from Jira data center to Jira cloud, or from Jira cloud to data center, vice versa. So this is something that is they are developing. There is already one plugin is there from the Adaptavist project configurator, but that is not 100% suitable. But that is from the different vendor. So this is coming from the different vendor. Jira toolkit plugin. This is the default plugin that we have in Jira. So this is when you set up Jira, this is automatically installed. So these are the 3 plugins I think that you have in a Jira. This I have installed on my licenses just for the training purpose. Tempo cost tracker, tempo planner, tempo time kit. So anyway, these all 3 plugins I'm going to explain in this training at how these 3 plugins are working. So here we see all the plugins that we already installed. If we have developed our own plugin, Jira also gives the functionality. If you don't want to buy from the third-party market, you can develop our own with the developers. Mostly required a Java servlet knowledge. Jira is totally using on the Java servlet framework. So if you have a Java servlet knowledge, you can do the web development. You can create our own jar file and build the jar file and upload here. So that adds the functionality in our Jira application. Okay, and build new app, that's a different system. You can directly build here only. If you click on this, there is a different option they give. Find the tools you need, win profit. This is a bug counting program. This is going on. Most of the people has participated, and they are also winning multiple gifts. And I have seen yesterday or day before yesterday, I have seen that one person has updated on the LinkedIn that he got a MacBook from Atlassian just to raise a bug bounty program. And you can, if you have a knowledge for the development and you're good in the Jira, you can directly associate, you can directly participate in this bug bounty program. And if you if you complete some of the tasks that Atlassian gives there, that Carter bug county word county, so they give some tasks and you need to complete. If you know, if you complete on the time and your task is accepted by Atlassian, then they just send you a gifts. They send you some amount also. So that's a different story. Then find new app. This is like a Google Play or Android Play, where you see multiple apps. Based on your requirement, you can select that apps here. Agile Planning Poker. This is mostly for the planning. If you are working on the Scrum and the planning side, this is a planning. And same, there is a one more planning poker we have. That's it from different vendor. This is from the different vendor. Time to SLA. If you want to implement the SLA system in our application, in our project, this is the SLA plugin. Okay. So PDF exporter. Currently, we don't have a PDF system in the free version. If you want a PDF exporter, this is a different plugin. So there are multiple pivot report, jQuery. If we want to enhance jQuery, we don't want to only use the free version. We want to enhance the functionality. This is a plugin. So there are multiple plugins available, Gantt chart, structure Gantt chart in the market. So based on our requirement, we can use. Okay.
So Agile is a software development terminology based on the Agile Manifesto. It is a software development method which basically describes a time-boxed iterative approach to software development to deliver the product incrementally instead of all at once. So what does that mean? So let us understand that diagrammatically. So say you have a software. A software is generally composed of functionalities. So a software is a combination of features. It could be functionality 1, 2, 3 if the software contains of only 3 functionalities, right? So this is generally how a software is made up. So for each of these functionalities to work the way they have been intended to work, right? The phase that we follow in Agile is planning, implementation, testing, and review. So these are the four phases that are followed in the agile development method, right? For each of the features that are there in the software. So these features could be developed concurrently, simultaneously, or these could be developed one after other as well. It all depends on the use case. But the agile process is not a linear approach. So if we were to narrow it down to just one functionality, we get to the review part first, right? So firstly, we plan the software, we look at all of the requirements that are there for the software, we implement the code, we test the code and the feature, and then we basically look at the test reports and review the feasibility of that functionality within that software. So based on the results of this review, if the review is satisfactory, yes, we add the functionality to the final build or the release that we are creating currently. If it's not satisfactory, we go back to the drawing board, to the planning phase, to look at further improvements that we can make in the design or the revamp that we need for this particular feature. And then the cycle carries on until we reach the point of satisfaction. So this is the agile process. And the agile process works out extremely well because, say, for instance, functionality 1 has not reached the point of satisfaction, but functionality 2 and 3 have. So it's not exactly holding back the development life cycle. We're not holding anybody back because in traditional software development methods, we are usually delivering the final product to the end user. But in the agile process, what we are exactly doing is we're developing features and we're basically communicating those features to the client, to the business that we're making that software for one by one. So we're not exactly bottlenecking anything. So let us understand agile terminologies now. Obviously, in any software development lifecycle, there are particular terminologies that you need to understand because there are various approaches to it. So in agile, firstly, we need to understand what we are trying to achieve. So in order to describe what we are exactly trying to achieve after we talk to our client, when we are basically taking the requirements from the client and the client is describing to us what kind of software he wants and what is his business requirements and everything. So essentially, the first component that we create in Agile is an epic, right? So the epic is an abstract view of what we exactly need, right? And then to achieve that epic in the technical aspect of things, right, we start to get into what is required to achieve that epic, right? So even this in an abstract form, we refer to it as stories. So we break the epic down into the features that are required to fulfill that epic, right? And to fulfill those features, we create stories. So these could be subcomponents of the feature or of the epic, right? So these are still in a sort of non-technical format. We are not exactly describing the technical constraints within these stories. So since these stories are generally non-technical in nature, how do we describe the technical aspects of things so that the development team can work on it, right? So for that, we require tasks. So tasks required to fulfill those requirements, and these are the final subcomponents in the agile sort of hierarchy that we have, which basically describes the sprint life cycle and the scrum life cycle, and how developers take their approach to development. So within Jira, we make frequent use of the subcomponents known as epic, story, and task. When we get to the hands-on section, we will understand how to use them. For now, let us understand Scrum Roles. Right? In order to achieve software development using the Agile methodology, we use Scrum. So essentially, Agile and Scrum go hand in hand, and Scrum essentially describes the hierarchy of employees that are working for a software development company and how they operate to achieve agile development. So, firstly, we have the product owner, right? So, this person doesn't exactly own the software, but this person owns the project and is responsible for the successful completion of the project. So the first and foremost job of the product owner is understanding the requirements of the customer. So in a meeting, when the customer comes into the company and lays out what the customer wants and what are his business needs, the product owner is sitting and noting everything down and understanding what the customer requires. The job of the product owner is to have a thorough discussion with the customer and clearly understand what the customer wants. Uh, the product owner also has to document what the customer wants in the form of epics and convey that information to the development team. Right. The product owner maintains the product backlog, which is the most important role. So the product owner has to track what status the software is currently in, right? So the product owner first defines all of the features that are required in according to the business, and then based on those features, the product owner will maintain a product backlog. Then the Scrum Master and the development team will pick up points from the product backlog and start working on it. The other crucial aspect of the product owner's job is release management. So if the software is being released on a version basis, the product owner has to keep track of that. Then we have the Scrum Master. So when we get into the actual Scrum methodology, where developers are following Agile, it is the job of the Scrum Master to glue everything together, to basically serve as an intermediary between the product owner and the development team. Now, the central job of a Scrum Master is to ensure that Scrum methodologies are being followed by the development team. The Scrum Master also has to ensure that they are breaking down the stories or epics into tasks appropriately. The Scrum Master will also manage backlog and will ensure completion of work in the set amount of time, and he also has to ensure that there is a certain amount of transparency between the product owner and the other stakeholders and the development team. And then finally, we have the most important aspect of any software development lifecycle, which is the development team, in this case, the Scrum team. So this consists of software developers and quality assurance people. The main work of the Scrum team is to break down the work into subtasks and finish those subtasks in the said amount of time. So the Scrum team works on the Agile methodology, which is planning, implementation, testing, and preliminary reviewing of goals. So they will test the software and see if it is matching the quality that is needed, if it is matching the acceptance criteria, and then they will ensure timely delivery with the quality assurance based on how they assess the final product, and then they will communicate their progress and the final product with the Scrum Master, and if it is required, with the stakeholder and the product owner as well. So we have three components in the Scrum environment, which include the product owner, Scrum Master, and the Scrum team. So let us look at an example. The product owner will talk to the client and create a backlog of features that are required in the software. And based on those features, the product owner will create an epic. For instance, let us imagine an epic where the product owner is saying, as a customer, I want to be able to pay for my orders through online wallets. So this is an epic. This is an abstract of what the client may want, right? Now, the Scrum Master will teach and ensure that Scrum practices are followed by the development team, right? And the Scrum team has to learn these Scrum practices and be adept at following them, right? Now, the next thing that happens is based on those Scrum practices and based on the guidance of the Scrum Master, the Scrum team will break this epic down into stories, right? So, this particular epic can be broken down into two particular stories. So, say for instance, we want to add two online wallet methodologies. So for the first online wallet, we have PayPal, and for the second, we have Paytm. So as a customer, I want to be able to pay for my order through PayPal, and as a customer, I want to be able to pay for my order through Paytm. So these are these two stories that need to be completed. Now, after the epic has been broken down into stories, the Scrum team has to break that story down into technical tasks that are achieved in software development, right? So these stories can be broken down into add a pay through online wallet option. So up until now, we may have had a credit card option, a net banking option. Now we're adding a online wallet option. The second task would be to integrate this payment option with the PayPal API. And the third task would be to integrate this payment option with the Paytm API, right? So this is the entirety of the hierarchy that we're following currently, right? So this is how Scrum works, and this is what Scrum roles are. Sprint activities. So in Agile slash Scrum software development, we're not exactly creating long time windows of development. We are dividing these epics into stories, and we're dividing those stories into subtasks. Now, these tasks are miniature in nature, and they need to be completed within a short time frame. And this short time frame, this work that is done in that short time frame is called a sprint. And that is what makes this method so efficient, because by ensuring the timely delivery of small features, we're also ensuring the timely delivery of the software at a larger scale as well. So here we have an example of a Scrum board, which is basically describing a sprint activity. So for instance, from the previous example, we have our stories, right, which we have narrowed down in the stories column, and we have a to do column, we have an in progress column, we have a testing column, and we have a done column, right? So in the to do column, we'll have the features that we have currently not started with yet. In the in progress, whatever we are currently working on, that will be displayed over there. And in the testing, we'll have the feature that is being currently tested. So these are the tasks that were derived out of these stories, and we can currently see their status over here. Once they are completed, they will fall in the done section. So once they are in the done section, we can understand the exact meaning of a sprint. So a sprint is generally between 1 to 4 weeks. That is the general trend that is followed in the Scrum activity cycle. And then we also have to understand that there are daily 15-minute meetings at the beginning of the day, usually, which basically are used to recap what happened on the previous day for each of the member in the team and what they worked on. It is also used to define the present day goals as well. So now that we understand Agile and we understand Scrum and we understand what a sprint is, what is Jira and why are we using it, right? So firstly, we need to understand that Jira is a project management tool that is based on the same fundamental principle, which is the foundation of Agile, right? It is also an issue tracker which has been developed by the corporation known as Atlassian. So the primary two things that Jira is known for is the feature of bug tracking and agile project management, right? So we already understand what agile project management is. So we need to understand why we would use Jira in the first place for this. Why can't we manage it manually, right? So, for instance, it is an all-in-one solution for multiple software and team-related use cases. So, even if you're not working in an agile team or a Scrum team, Jira is still a solution for your other business perspectives as well. It is a very good tool for employee management for the following reasons. It helps you create backlogs. So, whatever tasks you have, whether you're working within a software development environment or not, you can easily create backlogs within it. Then you can create sprints if you're working in an agile environment. Then you can create tasks. You can update the status of these tasks, whether they are epics, stories, or actual tasks. Then you can manage multiple releases. So if you are specifically working for a software and that software has multiple releases, Jira has the feature to manage multiple releases at once. And then you have code integration. So Jira can easily be connected to your favorite code repository, whatever your organization is using, to better manage code as well. So these are the features of Jira. And finally, we have managing workflows. So based on the workflow that your particular organization follows, you can use that for your development cycle or your issue management cycle as well. And you also have the option of creating your own workflow or downloading third-party workflows that may work better for your use case. So this is why people like to use Jira. The primary advantage is that you can integrate it very easily with third-party applications as well. And because of how convenient it makes the process of software development and project management. So let us understand how to set up your own Jira dashboard, how to manage your own team, and how to get started with your Agile project management. And we will also discuss the other features of Jira as well. Now, before we begin with the hands-on section, if you haven't liked this video by now, be sure to like it. And if you would like the PPT of what we just discussed, you can contact us in the comment section down below. We will be sure to get back to you. Let's talk about setting up Jira for your organization. So the first thing, obviously, after you've put in your email and opted for a version of Jira, you would be redirected to this page where you have to enter your organization's name or your website's name, right? So you can essentially type anything over here, and as long as it is uh, followed by .atlassian.net, it'll be fine. You can log into your terminal. So firstly, I'll type in something like Intellipaat 1, and then we're simply going to click on continue. So once we've clicked on continue, and over here you can select what type of team you're working in currently. So if you're working in customer service, you can click on that. If you're working in software development, you can click on that. So I currently click on that, right? You can click on other things as well as to what sort of job role you have currently, right? So you can click on any of that. But for now, I will be skipping this question because we don't need that. You can skip all of these things and you can simply configure it from the actual UI itself. You don't need to necessarily give any details over here. So you click on skip question, right? So once you have done that, then you can simply start inviting your team. For starters, I currently do not have any members in my team, so I can simply enter their email addresses, and an invite would be sent to them so that they can join my team. And from then on, we can assign them work, right? So for instance, I can add some email over here. So for instance, I'm going to enter here Intellipaat sample 1 at the rate gmail.com, and then I'll click on next. You can add other members as well, and you can give anyone the option to invite other people as well to this particular organization. So I'll click on next. Now over here you'll get two options, whether you're new to Jira or you're experienced with Jira. So if you've had some prior Jira training before, you can go with experienced with. I'll go to new to Jira, and then you can either select if your team is new to Agile methodologies, which is something that Jira follows, or it is something that your team is experienced with, right? So I'll simply click on experienced with. We spend our time working on, so we can select what kind of purpose we are fulfilling. So I'll simply write features, and then we have a tight or a flexible schedule to finish our work. We can simply select tight here, right? So depending on your work and depending on your use case, you can select all of that, right? And now we can select a template as to how our UI will look like. So I'll simply click on Scrum, right? I'll create a project name. So let us try to create a project name first. Let's call this feature underscore payment, right? And the key for this, which is something that we will refer to this project by, is FP. That is fine by me, right? And I'll click on create, right? So currently I am inside the project feature payment, right? And I have all of these options available to me. So let's go ahead and look at the left hand side. So we have the options such as backlog, active sprints. So we'll click on backlog, and then we will create our epic. So I will just bring up the epic that we were discussing in the presentation earlier on. So this includes the, as a customer, I want to be able to pay for my orders through online wallets, right? So I have the option to create an epic right over here. So I'll click on that, and I'll just name this epic something. So let us call this online underscore wallet underscore 01. And in the summary, we can add the description of it. So I'll just simply copy this and put it over here, and then I'll click on create. So we have currently created an epic, right? So within this epic, we can add stories as we had discussed earlier on as well. So there are multiple ways you can do that. There is a create issue option that you have right over here. So you have the option of using this to create your stories. Alternatively, you can simply look on the left hand side and look at this option over here, which is create issue in Epic. So we currently have our Epic created, right? And we can create our story within that itself. So within this, we can declare the issue type. So currently our issue type is a story, right? And within the story, we have our summary as well. So we'll just simply bring that up. So the first story that we have is, as a customer, I want to be able to be, so I'll select as a customer, I want to be able to pay for my orders through PayPal. I'll copy that and put that over here in the summary section. And I can add custom components within it. So whatever components I create in my project, I can attach those components in the story, and I can attach some documentation if I need to further describe what I want in my story. And I can describe it further as well with regards to any business or technical details that need to be added for that story, right? So if I scroll downwards, I can also assign the story to a particular team member, right? I can also assign a priority. And here we have the option of an epic link. So that is not currently available because it is automatically linked to the online wallet epic. If you create the story separately, then you will get the option to select the epic that you want to attach it to, right? And then I'll simply click on create, right? So within this epic, which is online wallet 1, I have successfully attached the first story, right? So similarly, I'll attach the second story as well, which is for Paytm. and we have two stories which are successfully available in this epic. So we have our stories ready and available. Now we need to create some subtasks that are going to be associated to these stories, right? So to get started with work, we will create a sprint. So here is our create sprint button. We'll click on that and it will create a default sprint called FP Sprint 1. You can go to the triple dot button over here to change the name of the sprint if you would like from FP Sprint 1 to something else. So when you want to add stories to your sprint, it is as simple as dragging the story and dropping it within the sprint. So we will drag both of our stories within the sprint. Now that we have successfully created our sprint, we need to start it as well for it to appear in the active sprint section. So we will click on this button, which is Start Sprint. So we have our sprint name over here. We can change the sprint name from this section as well. And we can provide a duration in which we expect the sprint to be completed. So generally it is from 1 to 4 weeks as we discussed. We can go with 2 weeks as it is a safe bet, and then we can essentially write a sprint goal if we would like, and we can also go for custom timings if we want a custom end date. We will go with 2 weeks for now, and we can write something like we need to add payment methods or something like that. So that is our sprint goal, right? And we will click on start. So once we click on start, we are automatically redirected to the active sprint section. And within the active sprint section, we can see our user stories, which is as a customer, I want to be able to pay through Paytm and through PayPal, right? Now we need to add the subtasks that are associated to these sprints. So these are the subtasks, right? So firstly, I will add this section over here. Click on this sprint, and here we can add some story points to this sprint, right? So for every particular feature that you have, you can add certain amount of story points, and that essentially tells you what sort of weightage it has in the software development lifecycle, whether it is a quantitative task or not, whether it will take a long time or not, right? So depending on how heavy this feature is, we'll add a story point. So here I'll just add a story point of 3. And since we're dealing with a similar feature on the other side as well, which is on PayPal, I'll add a story point of 3 as well, right? And the other thing that we can do is once we have created our stories, we can add assignees to our story, which is basically the owner of that story, the person who is going to be managing that story and ensuring that it is completed within the set amount of time. So within the assignee section, I can simply click and add any of the team members that I have added in my project. So I'll add Intellipaat worker, and that would be it. I'll add Intellipaat worker to this one as well and add the story point of 3. Now to create our subtasks. So for this one, I'll open it up, and here we have the option of create subtask. So I'll click on that, right? And it asks me what needs to be done. So for that, I'll simply copy paste the first option, which is add pay through wallet, and paste it over here and click on create. So that is the first subtask of the story. And the second subtask would be to add the PayPal or the Paytm option actually for this one. And we'll click on create, right? So we have added our two tasks. And then we can close this one and we can add two subtasks to this story as well. So this one goes for this one. We'll click on create, and the second is add the PayPal API, and we'll add that as well. So we have added two successful subtasks to this particular story as well, right? And we can click on cross now so that it is saved. So we have our two stories in the to do section with two subtasks each. So keep in mind that you're not exactly expected to add tasks like this all the time. You can add them directly as well. So if you go to the backlog section over here and you look at the plus icon that you have over here, once you click on that, we have this little icon drop down. So within this, we have three options: story, task, and bug. We can go with task directly as well. And we can then specify what task needs to be done. Say I want to add a debit card and I want to create that task. I'll simply click on this triple dot over here so that I can elaborate on this task. I can attach any documentation I want, any description I want, attach the person that I want to associate this task to, which is Intellipaat worker. I can attach the epic link as well. So in this case, it is online wallet FP2, and then we can attach the sprint as well. The current sprint that we have created is FP Sprint 1. So it makes it really convenient for us. Once we click on create, it will automatically get assigned within that sprint, as we can see. So once we go back in the active sprint section, other than the two subtasks for each of the story that is available already, we have a separate task as well, which is a add a debit card option. So we can further specify the constraints for this one as well. The other great thing about it is that you can create subtasks within this task as well. So you're not limited to the traditional story to task architecture that Scrum usually follows. You can manipulate it a little bit according to your own use case. We had also discussed that Jira is a bug tracking software as well. So say within the software development lifecycle, you're trying to implement a feature. That feature is not working out in the testing phase, even though the application is working correctly. So that potentially becomes a bug that you need to solve as a developer. Right. So bugs are handled separately in Jira. You can create an issue for a bug, and within this you have options. So there are multiple options. As we discussed tasks earlier on, we can also create a bug, right? So say for instance, GPay API not integrating. So this is a potential bug that is preventing users from being able to use a tool like GPay to be able to essentially conduct their transactions, right? So I'll simply click on the triple dot option over here. It works in the same way as a task does. We can provide the summary, we can provide the description, we can provide the exact component of the software that it is related to, and then further on we can assign a worker to it, right? And we can attach an epic link to it, we can attach a sprint to it as well, and then we can click on create. Right, so we have currently we have two stories with two subtasks each, one task and one bug in our sprint that need to be resolved. So here we can see the entirety of the sprint details. We can look at each task, see what is currently pending, what is in progress, and what is done. And if you're dwelling into much more complex project issues, you can simply go to the components and create the subcomponents of the project by creating component, right? You can name a component anything. For instance, we can add a login component over here, and description helps users log in. We can assign a lead for that if we have anything. So we can simply search for the people that we have in our organization. So for instance, we can assign an Intellipaat worker to that, and we can click on save, right? So when we do that, we have a component available over here. And then we move on from the component section to the code sections. For instance, if you have any online code repository like Bitbucket, GitHub, or GitLab, you have easy integration options available here, right? You can use Bitbucket, you can use the other services like GitHub, you can connect to the other providers, right? And you can install the services needed for you to automate your workflow. So you can simply go ahead and add this particular extension, which is GitHub for Jira, if you want to integrate with GitHub. And then we have releases. So whatever project you're working on, whatever versions that project has, you can simply track that over here. So currently, if you're working on a particular project version, you can create that version and then you can subsection that in the work log. You can also go to the project settings and customize your own workflows. So if you go to the workflows options in the project settings, you'll have this particular option over here, which says software simplified workflow for project FP, right? You can add other workflows as well. So we can add existing workflows that are available. So we can simply wait for this loading to happen. So currently, this is the builds workflow that is there, right? And if we go to the Jira workflow option, we have this option available over here, which says the project opens, and then we have other options which says the issue is closed or if the issue goes into progress. And then you have the Jira workflow and you have classic default workflow. So these workflows essentially refer to how you're going to resolve your issues and how they can be reopened in the case of any further complications that arise from it. So these are the workflows that you can use that are currently there. And say if you want to add a workflow that is not there, you want to simply go to search for workflows and get any other additional module that you can get from the marketplace. Now there is the task of time tracking, for instance. So if you want to time track your employees, depending on what sort of work they're doing, so basically you can go to the time tracking feature over here. So if your employee has a target-based approach to working, or if the task that has been given to the employee is target-based, then time tracking would not be necessary. But if your employee has to do quantitative work, then time tracking may be necessary. So you have your default time tracking provider, which is the Jira provided time tracking, right? And then you can customize all of these options from over here by going to the edit global settings option. Right, from over here you can select how many hours you want to allocate for employees per day, how many working days essentially, and then you can see over here how they would see the time that is being displayed and how you would see the time of how much they have worked in that particular day, right? And then you can simply click on save. Say you have multiple employees in your organization and you want to create teams, you can go to the people's option and click on start a team, right? So you can name the team anything. So we can call this the front end team and click on start team, right? And then you can simply click on people again, and then you'll have access to the members of that team. So if I simply open the front end team, right? Here we can add people to this team. So if I want to add someone like Intellipaat worker, I can add that particular person to the team, and you can add as many people as you would like in that team depending on the subscription that you have. So for the free subscription, you only get to add 10 members in your organization. You need to go for a premium one if you want to add more, right? So here we can add particular links that are relevant to this team. They can share, they can talk with each other through these links, and you can see what they are working on currently.